What's going on, everybody? Hey, Punchy, what's going on, man? Shout out to all the lurkers. Do we have a bunch of lurkers? Hey, I'm down with the lurkers. Okay, so, we'll give everybody a couple minutes to get in here. I started doing some work yesterday on Dockerizing all of this. And so last night I did a bunch of work and trimmed down our build container a bit so that we weren't installing a bunch of crap we didn't need. And then I installed cargo through Rust Up so that I want to ensure that our container is running a similar version of Rust and all of the tooling as we are locally. So I decided to install Rust through Rust Up. And what else did I do? Oh, right. So the other thing I did was we were having a conflict with when we tried to run our RTMP switcher, we would get errors when it would try to create an RTMP output. And that's because the RTMP output actually tried to use the NVIDIA driver for the encoder. And we were having like a mismatch. There was a driver installed inside the container, at least the shared objects that are being loaded. And that's different from the one that the host is injecting in. So last night I also went through and downloaded the same exact driver version that I am running on my host. And that all seems to work. We actually get a running server that can do RTMP. Chillin', I don't know, I can't tell, but if they're there, I love them too. It kept pausing. What kept pausing? Oh, you know what? I forgot to check something too. I was getting an error yesterday. I guess I can't change it while I'm streaming. But my keyframe interval, I think, is off. So I'm going to have to remember to fix that later. Yeah, so this is all working now. We can actually run a container. So if I wanted to do a Docker run minus IT, just so we can see the output switcher, right? Failed to add output. Okay, that's not good. Okay, what happened since last night is the question then. All right, let's go into the container and see. Because I promise you this was working last night. Oh yeah, that's because of the output wasn't being added. So there's an NVIDIA. Oh, I know what the issue is here. Because I'm dumb. We need to tell it, hey, you can use that GPU. Oops. There we go. So now we're in a playtime state. This XDG runtime directory is okay right now because we're not going to be using XDG. Okay, so back up. And there is our running container. Now, the actual one we're going to publish is not going to do this automatically. When it runs, there will be no mixer or output to begin with. I have just edited my main right now so that we don't have to manually go through and send curl requests or something. So there's a couple of things that I want to focus on, maybe not today, but this brings up some interesting challenges that we are going to have in the future. And that is, we need to ensure that this driver version always coincides with the driver version that is on the host. And I'm a little concerned about that. because we don't have any control over that. So if a host updates itself and gets a new driver version, our container will no longer run. So that's going to be an interesting challenge to try to figure out how we're going to accommodate that. And I don't know what, like, my first thought is to run this on a GPU node in Azure Container Instances. But I don't know what their like restart policies and things like that are, whether they'll just leave it running. It's in a VM, and because it's in a VM, it should maintain its driver version until I restart it, in theory. So I guess we're gonna have to cross that bridge when we get there, but it is something that we should consider that could be problematic for us, and we're gonna need to try to figure out how to, you know, upgrade when we want to say we want to upgrade. The other thing that I ran into last night was just thinking about the fact that inside of our container, crap, I gotta work that out too. If anybody wants to know what that command is that I'm running, I just set an alias for Docker kill all as a shortcut because I end up having to do it a lot. Okay, so let's just bin bash this real quick. So if we do a GST inspect inside of here and we ask it for its version, you can see we're running 1.16.2. But over here on our development side, if we do a GST inspect, we are running 1.18. So that is another thing that we'll want to consider. And what I think I want to do here is probably up in our build container is rather than installing all of the GStreamer stuff here inside of our runtime container, is probably just create a bash script that builds GStreamer from source, and then we can control exactly the version that we get, and we can copy over all of the tools and shared objects and stuff like that. Could you set it up like a plug and play where the CPU would automatically search for the driver that works or fits the destination source? Began, welcome. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. If you weren't here yesterday, we were working on trying to Dockerize this RTMP switcher that I'm building, and we were running into some issues. And I was just kind of walking through what I did last night. Arienta, thanks so much for the follow. Punchy, thank you so much for the gift sub. So last night I did some things, and we got everything working. Eric sees the frames and is like, time to start streaming. Why was Began's internet going? No, I just decided to start early today because I want to make some progress on this. I wasn't too happy with like how much time we spent yesterday just trying to get this thing running in a container. But last night I trimmed down the build container, and I also got Cargo and Rust installed through Rust Up instead. And we're installing a matching NVIDIA driver inside of our runtime container. And now our whole switcher, we were just kind of showing this off, our whole switcher can now run with access to the GPU inside of a container. So that's our starting point. But we're kind of walking through what some of the problems we're going to have are. And that's the host is going to inject the driver into the container. Sympathy, thanks so much for the follow. So yeah, so the host is going to inject the NVIDIA driver and access to the GPU into the container, but there's some shared object files that we need inside the container, and the versions have to match, otherwise it breaks. So that's going to be problematic for us because we're going to end up building an image, and we have no way of knowing whether or not the driver on the host is going to match. So we might have to automatically build these and then try to maybe somehow get the host to pull down the right one. But we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. Somebody asked, what is Docker? Bopo Joe, are you trolling, or do you want me to give a brief intro to Docker? Because I can totally do that. Chroma Sundrift, thanks so much for the follow.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Diosama, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so containers. So if you've heard that they are just lightweight virtual machines, you have heard wrong. Please don't repeat that. Punchy, thanks for the gift sub. So containers are really, like, from a Linux perspective anyway, are really just highly configured processes. When we think about virtual machines, that comes with their own connotations and assumptions that we make about how things work. What are they really? Okay, yeah, let's do it. Okay, so and I can prove this to you, right? So a virtual machine virtualizes the hardware, right? So it has its own operating system and all of these things. So a container is just a process on the host. The Linux kernel doesn't see it any differently than any other process on the system. And I can prove that to you because if we do a PS here, we can grep RTMP switcher, which is the process that's running in this container. And we can see that it actually has a process ID here on the host. So as far as the Linux kernel is concerned, it's the same process as anything else. My only containers are network containers and systemd, Docker, and other such containers. Virtualized ports. Yeah, so the way all of this stuff works is there are two main things that the Linux kernel uses in order to give you this illusion of a virtual machine, right? So one is something called C groups, and we could look at them, right? So slash sys fs C group, right? And let's just look at CPU, for example. We could look in this Docker directory, and here we can see CPU information from the control group, the CPU control group for all of Docker. But inside of there, we can actually see one very specific one, which coincides with the ID of our Docker container. And so here we would be able to actually see what we set the quota to, its usage, and things like that. So a container is really just a highly configured process where we're configuring how much of any given system resource that this process is allowed to use. And then we use namespaces to restrict what the process has access to. So that's one aspect of it. The other is namespaces. So namespaces control what the process can see. And we have things like a PID namespace. So if we put a process in its own PID namespace, it just means that it can't see any other processes on the system, which creates the illusion that you're the only process on the system, right? And so there are some flags that we can use for things like that so that we get our own process IDs rather than the system one and things like that. But that's all it is. So when we think about a container, now I'm trying to remember where ls var lib docker. Okay, sudo ls var lib docker. So if we look inside here and we look inside this overlay directory, what we are going to see is some directories in here which actually coincide to our containers. What is our Docker PS? All right. Was it 843 something? Is it not in there? It might be using a different okay, where are you? There we go. Where are you? All right, hold on. Let's sudo cd var lib docker containers. Yeah, there you are. All right, 833.555. Okay. Now check this out. Whoa, we got a whole lot of chat. Let me catch up on chat here. So it's a virtual machine chromo trolling. All right. Wait, so you can use GPUs on Docker containers? Yep, you can. Sympathy says, my brain is pulsing. I'm not supposed to think this hard in the morning. No. So they're actually really, really straightforward. So yeah, so here in varlib Docker, you can actually find the actual root paths to your image. So when we talk about a Docker image, you can think about it as just a zip file. It's a zip file of the entire root directory, as if you had just zipped up from / down. So that's why you kind of get like this, oh, it's Ubuntu or it's CentOS or whatever, is we've just zipped that up. And then inside of that is a manifest file as well. That's just a JSON file that tells the container runtime some more information, some metadata about this image. So when we do a Docker run, what we're really doing is the container runtime is pulling down that zip file, extracting it on the host, executing. It's going to open up that manifest file, figure out what you said the command was to run. It's going to execute that in a ch root so that it only sees that directory. And then it's going to set the namespaces and C groups to control how much of the system resources it can use and what it's able to see. So, and that's how we get some of this stuff. So the other thing, right, when we get this illusion of containers, simply says, what is the most common use case of Docker? By the way, this has been an incredibly useful rundown. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can do Kubernetes too. This has been my world for the last 6 years. I've contributed to Docker and Kubernetes and done a bunch of stuff in those spaces. So I am happy to answer any and all questions on this stuff. So let me show off this one more thing, and then I will answer your question, Sympathy. So if we just execute this container, right, and we do an IP adder in here, I don't have apt install. What are the tools that I always forget the tool for this. Here, let's just do this. Sudo docker run Ubuntu. Why is that not in there? Trying to think. Ubuntu. What is the package that that's in? I always forget. Is it IP route? I know it's something that doesn't seem that right. Okay.
Catastrophic failure
Apt
detected.
install
Evacuation protocol has been
B
initiated.
route 2.
Abandoned ship. SOS.
Mr. Damon Wolf, thanks so much for the raid. Okay, anyway. But so what we could do here is actually I can prove this to you. So we don't have the IP command here, right? So we can't even run this. So we can actually do a I'm going to do this one because I know what to look for. Okay, so again, we're going to find that process running. We're going to grab this PID. And what we can do is we can do a ns enter. So this is telling our Linux host that we would like to run this command, but we want to run it in the same network namespace as this target PID. 79812. Okay, and we can say IP address. Okay, we're going to sudo it. So we're actually looking at the interfaces inside of the container, even though this command does not exist in the container. And that's just showing we're just running this command and saying, hey, Linux kernel, put me in the same network namespace as that process. Okay, so sympathies question. So containers are really for packaging and distribution. All right, okay, I'm going to scroll back in chat so I can make sure I get questions. So containers are really solve a packaging and distribution problem. So when we think about traditional deployment, you're always having to configure servers and things like that. But you inevitably end up with like these dependency hell issues where version 1 depends on one version of a shared library and version 2 depends on another, or a whole other application does. So we have that issue. We also have the issue of reproducibility. Package versions in development or CI/CD might differ from those in production. So this allows us to create reproducible builds. It also allows us to have very generic machines. So there's an analogy that people use here, and it's called pets versus cattle, right? So if you have a pet, you name your pet. If it gets sick, you nurse it back to health, right? So, but when we think about cattle or things like that, like if it gets sick, then you end up getting another one, right? So, and that's sort of the idea is we can create these environments where when a machine just starts flaking out on us, rather than trying to like figure out exactly what's wrong with it, we just throw away the VM, we spin up another one, and things start getting scheduled on there. And so containers also become a lot more powerful when we start talking about container orchestration with things like Kubernetes. Mr. Damon, Eric, ways are not our ways. It's a mystery. I think I missed the question. Can I pick your brain for some Docker stuff? Absolutely. I think it's here's my app rather than first installing all the correct versions of shared libraries. What's the best way to speed up Docker image builds, such as front-end builds from frameworks and stuff like that? Okay, yeah, absolutely. Let me speed up on chat. So let's open a tab here. So how do I speed up Docker builds? One question. All right. I'm going to catch up on chat and write everything down here. Have you played around with Nixos? Nope, I have not. Okay, is that everybody? Okay, yeah. So speeding up Docker builds. I'm a mechanical engineer in my job, but this is fascinating. I work on data servers, and a lot of my coworkers talk about this kind of stuff. I just never understood it until now. Yeah, container orchestration and stuff like that is really, really cool. Distributed systems is a really, really cool field. Mechanical engineering is a really cool field. I started working on a robot, and I can't figure out some of that stuff to save my life. Okay. So explain Docker and Kubernetes. Okay, so what is Kubernetes? So we talked about what a container is. So how to speed up a Docker build. So when we look at each of these steps inside of a container, it's basically a bash script that tells the container how to build itself, right? And that's really where Docker revolutionized things was the approachability of this. See which video, Stupak. So each line of this is going to create what's called a layer inside of the container, which also gets transferred when you push the image or pull the image. And that's why if you do something like this and then you like say apt run apt remove after the fact, that's why your image doesn't get smaller, because this layer still happened. It still exists. So each one of these is sort of like adding a patch to your root directory with every line. So what you want to do to speed up your builds is you want to leverage the cache. So when we do a Docker build, what it's going to do is it's not going to rerun stages that have not changed. But if something changes, like this file changes, it's going to rerun every step after it. So what you want to do is you want to order your Docker file in such a way that the things that change rarely come first. That way they don't have to be repeated after. You can also do some tricks here, like, for instance, my dependencies are likely to not change as often. So you can see that I create like a mock project, pull in the dependency files, build the dependencies, and then in a later step, I copy my source over and build it, which means if I'm just changing code, I don't have to rebuild all of my dependencies. Right. Yeah. I saw that video. I will take it easy on. I can see you like to answer all questions. Yeah. No, Bopo Joe, I'm happy. We can turn this into a whole Kubernetes and Docker stream. I'm totally cool with that. Let's see. Okay. So what was the other question? Okay, so Kubernetes. So if we're talking about okay. So Docker now is just a way of running this isolated thing where we encapsulate our application with all of the dependencies needed to run it, and we ship that around as if it's one binary, right? So now we have that problem solved. But Docker, we're going to ignore things like Docker Swarm, right? Docker Swarm solves a similar issue. I'm gonna refer to things in the Kubernetes land, but we're just gonna move into like what's the difference between Docker and container orchestration as a whole. So Kubernetes solves the orchestration side. So once you have this image, you would still need to go to your individual machine and then say, hey, machine, run this container. But in a large distributed systems world, yeah, you need to kuber some netties pick. You definitely need to kuber. The netties always need to be kubered. So the problem that Kubernetes now solves is when we start thinking about large infrastructure, you have hundreds or thousands of machines, it's impossible to manage which machine is going to run what and when and what version and things like that. So I do talks on Kubernetes a lot, and this is always a fun thing to do. There's a Kubernetes for Children book thing that got written that's called Fippy Goes to the Zoo. And so we're going to use that. Why is this taking so long to load? Whoa, this looks weird on Dark Reader. All right, let's turn off Dark Reader. Okay. So let me just skip through. All right, so let's work our way through components. So we talked about a container. And so what a pod is a pod allows you to run more than one process container in the same namespaces so that they can communicate with each other, and then they move around together. So when the scheduler tries to send them out to the cluster, then they'll be moved together. And we get some things that we can do with these, like node affinity and anti-affinity, which just basically means if a node has certain labels on it, we want to attract this workload toward that node or repel it. We can also do things like pod affinity and anti-affinity so that we make pods not run next to each other or make them run next to each other. So an example is in a distributed database, you wouldn't want nodes in the same shard to be on the same node, because then they would both die together, right? So we have some controls there. A replica set moves up one more layer than that, and that basically takes a template for a pod and says, hey, I need 5 of these running at any given moment in time, and it'll be constantly checking the cluster to see how many are running and reconciling the difference. So it will keep starting some up or shutting some down based on that. And secrets, I mean, that's pretty obvious. So a deployment moves up one more level than a replica set. And so what that does is it allows us to configure templates for our replica set. And the reason you would want to do this is if you want to do things like a rolling update. You can say, hey, I want to change the container version to version 2. And if you had a replica set that said had 5 replicas, you would start up the new version. What it would do is it would start up one version in the new replica set. When that's up and running, it'll shut one down here, and it'll keep doing this until all of them have migrated over, and rolling back works the same exact way. Aaron. So Aaron Schlesinger here is a colleague of mine who also is a Kubernetes person. So daemon sets work similar to replica sets, except daemon sets basically say, I want to run an instance of this pod on every node in the cluster. And these things are great for collecting metrics from the nodes or shipping off logs and things like that. Ingress controllers are a little more complicated, but it's basically how you route traffic from outside the cluster to inside the cluster to talk to services. And does this skip services? So services basically serve as load balancers. Not really. They're really just IP tables rules on the host, but it allows containers to talk to this virtual IP address, which will forward traffic to any instance of that container or pod that's running somewhere in the cluster. And this allows for things like service discovery. CRDs, you get into that a little later. What that allows you to do is introduce new types into the Kubernetes API server. And this is often used for like introducing operational knowledge into your cluster. So you can submit a different YAML file for, I don't know. We'll use Sympathy as an example. So Sympathy does a lot of game development, right? Well, what if you wanted to, you could manage world events or something like that, or zones inside Kubernetes by creating a YAML file that represented a zone. And you would just submit that to the Kubernetes API server. You would have a controller that's watching the API server for new zones that are added, and then it would do something. And I sent this out yesterday, so the link is still here. This is a talk I did where I talk about using Kubernetes as a framework for building distributed systems. But if you're interested in how the control plane works, it has a lot of information on kind of that, what the individual control plane components are, what role they serve in the cluster. So like, where's this scheduler as an example? I'll show you something that seems really, really... So we talked about the replica set. So this is exactly how it works. There's a controller manager that runs here that's watching the API server for replica set object types, and then reconciling by creating or removing pod resources inside the cluster. That's its only job, right? And then once there's a pod, where's the scheduler? There we go. So once that pod comes in, the scheduler is just watching the API server for pod definitions that don't have a node name assigned. Then it uses an algorithm called bin packing to decide which node is the best place for it. And then it just updates the node name property and sends it right back to the API server. So Kubernetes is like this really well-designed system of declarative APIs for one, where every component is just declaring desired state, and some other component is reconciling that state. And well-designed distributed systems work this way, where they're all eventually consistent and evolving towards some desired state. So it's a little further in kubelet. So kubelet is the thing that's running on each of the nodes itself, and it's what's talking to the container runtime. So kubelet's watching the API server. It's interested in pod resources that have the same node name as its node name. And then it's reconciling the differences with Docker to figure out, hey, do I need to start this container? Do I need to shut down this container? Things like that. So, and it's also reporting back metrics and state and all of those things. There's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes, but that's basically how container orchestration works. And so the API server will, you know, recognize like, hey, this kubelet has not communicated with us in some period of time and some threshold, and it will just assume this node is down. It's down, it's unreachable. We're going to assume that all of the work that is currently running on that node is no longer running. So what it'll do is it'll wipe out the node name and allow the scheduler to go through and find a new node for this thing to run on. All right, let me catch up on chat. Did I miss any questions? I made a mistake of not securing a remote Docker API endpoint, and I woke up to 100 containers running. Yeah, so containers are not a magic security thing. It is not a hard security boundary by any means. Who is this handsome YouTube man? Are you talking about me or Began? Or yourself? So, okay, so that was a kind of like a quick crash course in kind of Docker and Kubernetes. Obviously, like I've done like 3 day 8-hour workshops and like left tons uncovered. So if you have questions or anything specific, I'm happy to kind of go into more details on how that stuff works. This is kind of fun. So Aaron and I have actually been talking about for what, a month or two now, getting on and doing like an Ask Me Anything. So I'm not on to hosting the switcher on Kubernetes yet, but we are running a GPU enabled container now. What did I do that? There we go. Okay. Which was kind of problematic. And Aaron, I would love kind of some ideas here too. So one thing that we are going to have an issue with is the fact that we have to install the drivers in the container that mirror the driver version on the host, or this will not work. So this is going to be fun in production when we may not know what the version of the driver is running. Punchy, thanks for all the additional gift subs. Gricky, welcome. Thanks so much for the follow. What is that behind you? A fish tank. Back here? That is just an electronics desk. I don't think I can get it in focus. Let's see here. I don't know whether it'll... If I turn the lights on, does it come in focus? No, you can't see it back there. So that's just my electronics desk. There's like an oscilloscope and all kinds of stuff over there. No problem, Sympathy. Oh, thanks so much. Have a good day. Yeah. So that's one of the things too, Aaron, I was thinking of. If we use Kubernetes, we can do like maybe an init container. So what an init container is as part of the pod, it's a container that runs before it starts up the other containers.
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Punchy, man. I appreciate you so much, but so totally not needed. The content is free. Punchy's like killing it here. Okay, so now what were we gonna work on? I got sidetracked. Yeah, I mean that's potentially a good option too. We could use virtual machines. I can't remember if the hosts themselves get upgraded. I guess we'll have to figure it out as we go. Okay, so what's next? So these we don't necessarily need. So we can either start working on some more refactoring, or we can try to compile GStreamer from source and copy that over into our container. Or I guess we could work on like trying to do recording of our input streams. Yeah, it might just be the control plane components. And if that's what happens, then we would be okay, right? As long as we knew we controlled when the rolling update occurred of the hosts. Okay. So, mission for today. I mean, we could, if everybody here is in on this container Kubernetes thing, we could just deploy a Kubernetes cluster and try to get this running in a Kubernetes cluster. I'm down with that too. Okay, what did we do as well? Oh yeah, so we started on these refactorings too. So I need to go through and finish all of that as well. That's going to take some time.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Night MT, thanks so much for the follow. So we need to fix that one and auto. Okay. So was it RTMP? GST create, yeah. Yeah, we keep talking about doing the AMA and we just haven't got around to it. What is the follower sound? Yeah, so if you do a sounds, there's actually a bunch of them. So we can do like sound yak.
This yak is as smooth and pink as it's going to get, sir. Shall we move on?
So I decided I thought it would be funny to have like a
deploying anti-inflammatory agents. I'll have this dumpster fire under control in no time.
Yeah, I thought it would be funny to have like this super sarcastic, you know, AI or something that talks to me like Jarvis and is pretty funny. You did Heisenberg. It's Heisenbug.
It appears that we've detected another Heisenbug.
Yeah, there we
go. Or rather, we haven't.
Okay, so we have to do a ton of refactoring to do all of these. This might not be entertaining unless everybody just wants to chat with me while I do it. But we have to go through and fix all of these. Oh, wait. So video convert, video scale, video caps, filter.
Catastrophic failure detected. Evacuation protocol has been initiated. Abandoned ship. SOS. Abandoned ship.
And then I think there was a... I'm working on changing my Alexa to have Jarvis voice, currently ripping apart the video. So I paid somebody to create all of these, like a voiceover artist, just because I'm silly like that and waste money on ridiculous things. All right, so this is our video sync queue. Okay, so that. auto video sync. Fail sound made you nervous? All right. Are we not resampling or converting anything on the audio here? Huh, I guess not.
Yeah, it's super creative.
I really need to get that back too. All right, and so nope, here. Video to audio. All right. Well, I guess that's two of them that are. Did I rename that underscore video? Yeah, I need to go through and consistently name some of these things too. Cargo watch minus X clippy. The super creative one is your favorite one? That one is all Rocker Boo. Where is Rocker Boo? We're gonna have to get on Rocker Boo. I don't think I've seen Rocker Boo in here in a while. Okay, so we just have one more on the output side. So we might as well finish that one. Is it test? No. Output. Fake. Okay. Oh, this one's easy. Audio. Fake. Sync. Audio sync. We may have to change some stuff here though too, because well, yeah, because if we had an input and an output named the same thing, so we might need to like prefix all of these with input too. Yeah, let's do that while we're at it. Let's do this for video really quick. Huh? Oh, it's the other way around. Substitute audio with video. Okay. So I think what we should probably do here is prefix this with output, because right now we're only checking to see whether there's duplicate naming per input or output. All right, what are we complaining about? Oh. Can we create sounds? Right now, I don't have the feature in the bot to be able to do that, but if you have sounds and you want to send them to me, I can drop them in. Okay, so that's fake. Let's fix RTMP really quick too. Can we just do a search and replace? Let's try this. Let's see if we break everything. So can we just replace this with output underscore? Let's see. Replace it with Jack Nicholson. Okay, so That works. So what's the other one we needed? Output. Auto. There we go. I kind of feel like we should just finish this refactor and get this over with. Because now all we have to do is the inputs, right? We are close enough. Inputs. We only have, I guess we have a couple there. We have test. We have fake. And then we have URI. Okay. Okay. Where are we? Well, I guess fake would be really easy, huh? Because we just need to copy these over here. Audio, video. Sync with source. Okay. Field by this name exists in self. Wait, what? Oh, right, because we are passing in a config here, so we need config.name, right? Okay. Punchy, I think I'm getting this keep the first I've seen. Okay. So that one is done. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, we don't want output. We want input. Okay. Test should be pretty easy to fix. Video test source. Input video test source. Okay. Again, config.name. Okay. We haven't run tests in a while either, so this could be interesting as well. Let's open up one of our, maybe RTMP, and we're going to borrow a few because, wait, what is this one? Oh, that's output. Yeah, we don't need you anymore. Which one did we finish? Input fake, right? We need... I'd really like to just video scale, right? Because these are all on the input, right? So it has a convert, a scale, a rate, a caps filter, right? So same thing. Convert, scale, rate, caps filter. Convert, scale, rate, caps filter. All right, we need to replace this though with output to input. All right, what's our error? All right, we need to replace name with config.name. Yeah, Punchy's like got all the, or Stupak rather, has, I think it's Stupak who has all the keyboard stuff, right? Now y'all got me confused with all this keyboard conversation. And I'm a little jealous too. I wish that everybody had sent me this stuff to build Jerome before I ordered the Moonlander. Although the Moonlander looks pretty cool. Okay. Few more. It's hard. It does get hard. Okay. Audio test source. Audio test source. And we gotta hope we don't break everything. The switches are something I'm going to need help on. I'm going to be asking for some advice on switches. I just ordered mine with cherry blues because I have clears on my current keyboard, and so I figured I would try something new. But all right, audio convert, resample, Q, convert, resample, audio Q, convert, resample. Okay. And here we want to that, and we also want that. Okay. Don't say cherry clear. Like blues for typing and reds for gaming. I've thought about that too, Bobo Joe. I've seen some people who will set certain keys on their keyboard using different switches. That might be kind of cool. Okay, last one, and then this refactor is done. And the reason we're doing this is one, for naming conflicts, and two, because in a lot of this where we're getting errors when we try to add an input or an output or something like that, as we're getting a generic error, and this new helper method is going to tell us specifically what the name of the element is that failed, which should help us do this stuff or debug a little better. Browns are nice. I've never tried browns. Okay, let's see. So here, oh, this is the test one. So we should be able to change this one manually. And call this source. URI decode bin. Source. All right, that's a little better naming. Okay, so I guess here we're not doing config.name. So slight variations in the code. I guess we could have changed this one to do the same, right? Yeah. Well, no, I guess we could do this. We're doing it anyway. All right, so we need video convert scale rate caps filter. Video convert scale rate. Wait. Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Video convert scale rate. Okay. Convert scale rate. I have blues on my keyboard at work and they are so damn loud. That's what I'm worried about, but I've never tried blues. So I figured worst case scenario, I have 2 full keyboards here with clears in them. I will just swap it out. All right, so caps filter. All right, and then we'll call this one Q. We'll go ahead and rename some stuff anyway. Q2. Q, okay. They're super loud and you type quite loudly anyway, so streaming with blues will be rough. Does the microphone pick up my typing pretty loudly? Oh, joy. So maybe I should buy some keys that are not quite as loud. All right. Audio convert. Wait, no. Right. Okay. So audio Q convert resample. All right, and then I guess we'll use this one for volume. Volume. Okay. I don't mind the sound, but others really hate it. Yeah, I don't mind it too much, as long as there's like background noise too. It disappeared. What happened? I see Stupak with a sub. Okay, so that should be all of them. So we just need to change. This is config.name, I guess. Okay, and audio convert, audio volume, resample, Q, convert, scale, rate. Maybe Twitch likes. All right. Wait a second. Oh, right. Because the names of the fields here. We could have manually supplied the field names, but I think long term I would prefer to have them labeled this way. All right, which one? Why is audio volume not working? Okay. Why is audio volume not working? Audio volume is there. All right, let's see what our other issues are. Did we not name it audio volume here? Okay. Audio volume. Okay, so now we can start dealing with our other issues. And this is just going to be fixing all of these. Audio, invert, resample, Q, invert, scale, rate, Q. I have not tried linear switches before. Can you code in Vim? This is Vim, Benny Q. Well, NeoVim, yeah. Right, Stupak. Yeah, Punchy, some of this music on Pretzel Rocks is actually really good. All right. Almost done with this refactor. Okay, all right. Few more places. Audio volume, sample. Do you have a repo with your NeoVim config? Yep, I do. All of my dot files are here. I think it's up to date. Yeah, Pretzel Rocks has crashed a lot. A lot of times, like, it also shows the if you're not paying for it, it always shows in your Twitch chat the songs that are playing. If you do pay, I think it's $5 a month, and it does not show that. It was like starting to flood the channel where I couldn't see all the chat messages, so that got kind of problematic. So I just disabled that because anything that's valuable to me, I try to pay money to or support in some way. Okay, so we are missing some places on line 3. Oh, here I was thinking that was the end of it. It is not the end of it. Audio volume. Right. Oh, that's right. Here, audio volume. Can you convert the code base to VB for me? Not for $1 million. Okay, maybe for $1 million. All right, later, Stupak. All right, video queue. Video queue. I think that I would probably fail absolutely miserably with doing Visual Basic. Why is there some on I32, F32? So the reason for that is that the config, you can optionally supply that. And the reason for that is we don't want you, when you're submitting a JSON document saying what parameters you would like to change, we don't want you to have to send a comprehensive list of all of them. We want you to just say frame rate or something like that. So that's all that is, is so that you can optionally just have whatever the input use its default instead of your hard-coded value. So the reason you're seeing it here is because when you manually set these parameters, we want to update the internal config. And the reason for that is there are some cases where, say, if we switch videos, there's one up front and we flip them, we've moved the Z order, right? We've changed something about it, but that's only because of its current state. And we want to be able to restore it to its previous state. So that's sort of why we're updating it here, is when you manually set an individual property, then we assume that that's its hard-coded state, and that's the one you want it to go back to. And not a temporary one. Later, what I really want to do is be able to store configurations for these things and name those so that you can just say, apply this config or this state to this input or this output. Okay, so that works still. Let's do a cargo test really quick. And then maybe we should fix all the warnings while we're here. I'm starting to think that Rocker Boo did. I mean, coincidence? Okay, error test failed. This could be... Alright, so which test is failing? That's... And you gotta love these things. It's like we enable debugging and then all of the tests pass. Like what? Seriously? Now it works. Ah. All right. We need to add all of input. We need to add lib. We need to add mixer. And we need to add output. All right. Refactoring inputs
Another Heisenberg, sir.
and outputs.
We haven't.
Well played. Refactor inputs and outputs so that we can better debug failures to add them. Okay. That wasn't too bad. I kind of feel like maybe we should just fix these really quick. We've got a lot of warnings in here, and it probably wouldn't take us that long to fix them, right? A little further in my Rust game dev, been reading a lot of different projects and trying to different things. ECS is a little hard to grasp at first, how it really works in a different system. ECS as in, is that Amazon's thing? Is that what you're talking about? And what are you using for your game dev? Are you using Godot or Godot? However you want to pronounce it. Oh, entity component system. Gotcha. Bevy. I don't think I've heard of that one before. Okay, so what do we got going here? This is an issue with main, but main really... bin main. Are we not using... I don't think we're using that either. Whoa. I think for here we can remove a lot of this now. We're not using this. We still have to do all of our graceful shutdown and lots of stuff. I don't know what that error is. Hey Rockerboo, you're probably a good person to ask this. I used to get the error messages for a line down here, and now I no longer do that, so I don't know what I removed. Do you know off the top of your head?
It appears we have a new follower.
Slick Rick 99. I love the name, but it probably shows my age that I do. It's Godot. Okay. Input URI. Input URI. What line is this? 157, 161. Start 153. What's the warning? Oh, okay, so we're not using the results, but I don't think we can, right? What are we doing here? Because I don't think we can return this here. Let's see. Okay, right. So... So we need to figure out how we're going to handle this. So this is run in like a separate thread.
Someone finds it interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
The error at the bottom is an LSP, so maybe you have a Rust Vim thing. But I don't think I turned anything off. Alright, let's... diagnostic.nvim. Alright, you need to go back. Was there something I disabled with that? Okay, here's all the sign stuff. I don't see a setting there for it. Where do I have this? Sit under. I think that's where I have it all. It's all in here. Guess I will have to figure that all out later. Okay, so how do we want to handle this? This is running in like a closure, basically. That's running in another thread. So we can't return the variable here, so... I mean... I guess what we really need to do here is... It should show to the right side. Well, I don't see it on the right side. So I must be missing a setting somewhere for that. And I didn't see it in here. So this is the sign. We have that. Is it because the virtual text isn't? All right, let's try it. Invim. Plugin. Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to close out of all this. That's okay. We haven't done anything in here anyway. Okay. We were looking in URI. Okay. Where were we? This was... Alright, 153. There we go. Unused standard result, that must be used. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so we need to figure out how we're going to handle these things. And so the question is, do we want to ignore the error? Which we could do, right? We could just say this, and that would throw away that error. Or is there a reason for us to try to handle this? Because we might want to like Lua vim.lsp.util.show line diagnostics. Okay, so I should hotkey that to something. All right, Bobo Joe, have a good one. Okay, so I think for right now, we can probably just do this, but I am concerned that, you know, do we want to try to like remove the element if we're unable to place it where we want? And maybe that's just something we have to deal with long term. You know, there's going to be a lot of work that's going to have to be done on this to kind of really productionalize it. All right, so input, what line? 240.
What you're going to hear about today is nothing short of a miracle.
Okay, so here we have to do some sort of infallible. I have no idea what that means. In any of these cases, are we returning?
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current.
Why do you not use dot means it can't fail? What do you mean? Okay, I'm trying to look to see whether we're returning an error here because something needs to match this infallible type. And so we're going to need to convert it into something. and I'm not entirely sure what that is. So we're gonna have to look up some information about warp if we're gonna fix this one. Because I do think in this case, right, we're gonna need some type that we can return, right? Nowhere in here are we returning back an error. I mean, we could sit here and each one return back the error, which is probably what we want. Is that really what we want to do? And why is set alpha? Okay, let's go look at the implementation of the input, because we have some differences here, right? So set Y position does not return a result, but set alpha does. No, they return the same thing.
and innovation.
So why?
And now it's available for everyone.
Oh, okay. It's because this one had an error, so the error took priority. Okay. So do we want to do like a if... All right, let's see if we can look up what this warp infallible. All right, the error type for errors that can never happen. Okay, so it's basically saying that the input is always okay. So it can never return an error. Nice. Okay, so we can actually do that then. So that means that we are forced to either ignore it, which we could also do. And maybe that's the common theme right now. Maybe we just ignore it. But the other thing we could do is do something like if is error, right? Then we could return back. And there might be a better way to like assemble this, right? Because like maybe multiple things won't be set, but you know.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
So we could say set volume failed, right? Phobe, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so I mean, I guess why not? This is fairly easy to do, right? Z order, okay? I mean, we might as well do it. It's gonna give us better air handling. Height, okay. Lots of copy and paste though. Ah. exposition, exposition. Okay. Nope, alpha. Summons the spirit of Johnny Cash next. Ah, crap. You're right. Good catch, X message. Z order. And later, you know, we might be able to like forward what the error is and things like that. But at least all of this will start. Y position.
Someone find you
And alpha.
It appears we have a new follower.
Paulo Lupati, thanks so much for the follow. Okay. And so there's some other places though that I know that we need to start looking at once we fix these. And that's going to be, I know for a fact right now that if we submit a bad request or something fails for some reason, then we end up in a situation where we break the entire API, which I really don't like. So we're going to have to dig into what exactly happens there. And it's something warp specific. Okay, what else do we have? On auto, line 50. Output auto. Oh, I guess we have two of those. Line 24. Is this not? Ah. So those are mostly cleanup issues, it looks like. All right, input test. Input. Two oh two. Okay, so this is. Oh, we never implemented it for test. And I think for test it doesn't matter. So maybe we just return back. Okay. Because right now we're not trying to implement anything. Unused variable with. Alpha. Okay. Same thing for fake, I guess. Yep. Okay. Using MS Teams and i3 is a terrible experience. I would totally agree. Totally agree. Zoom too. They are both terrible in i3. Three more warnings. All right, on lib. Oops. Lib. Line 15. All right. We're not using that. Okay, that's easy to fix. What else we have? Ooh, what is that one? Unused variable E. Okay. Oops. I hate when my hands like go somewhere different on the keyboard. Oh, so now we have an error. What's the error? Expected closure that takes one argument. Oh, because we don't use it. I think I can just do this, right? Yep. Okay. RTMP. The pop-up messages are killer. Yep. And they have no distinguishing window information to control them. I did find a neat i3 status bar that has power bar theme and written in Rust. Oh, I'd be interested to see that. I'm using no, I'm using Polybar rather. Yeah, hands. I commonly will end up like shifted on the keyboard for some reason, and then just typing all kinds of crap. And it takes me a second to realize what I'm doing wrong. Line 2. Wait. Huh? Output RTMP. Unused. Line 2. Did that not save? Because I don't... Oh, they're all fixed. Okay, that's an old message. Okay. So... ATGV, rs input, source lib, source output. All right. Fix compiler warnings. Warnings. Let's see, what's this? What's this? i3 status Rust. Oh, this is pretty cool. Alright, I gotta remember this. Bookmark it. Maybe I'll switch to this instead of Polybar. I'm glad I'm not the only one who hates those Teams pop-ups in i3. Yeah. Yeah, I need to chat with the Teams for Linux folks about all of that. I don't know what the priority would be on something like that with i3, right? GNOME and KDE, I can understand they probably have a higher priority, but if you all have feedback, like let's chat, like grab me on like Discord or Twitter or something like that, and let's compile a list of things that annoy us about Teams on Linux. And I have contacts to the teams that are working on that, so I can send them directly a combined hate mail. Okay, so what do we want to work on next? Send the Eric Bull on. So that's sort of the funny thing, right? Everybody asks like, well, how do you get to do all of this stuff, right? Like Microsoft just pays you to work on open source and stream and do whatever. That's how, right? Because what you don't see is the stuff that I do internally, which is like we go out here, we do this stuff, I build stuff with everybody, we all complain together about stuff we dislike, and then I go talk to product teams and tell them, please fix this. Okay, so what do we want to do? What do we want to do? I am personally thinking either we try to get GStreamer built and copy it over, but that could take us like the whole rest of the day. We could look at how to split up inputs so that we can connect them to multiple things. That would be interesting. And what that would facilitate is the ability to connect an input to... It would facilitate connecting an input to something else. I don't... What do you mean? Would I be allowed to stream Azure products? I don't understand what you mean, Punchy. Do you mean like on your own Twitch stream? Can you stream doing stuff with Azure without Microsoft's permission? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, exactly, McCann. Just what Rocker Boo said. Yeah. If it's a quick change of like, you know, title and class and things like that, then we can totally do that. And Punchy, yeah, you don't need Microsoft's permission to stream working on their projects. I mean, in fact, they would love you for it. That's like the entire way people get MVPs. So MVPs are basically people who don't work at Microsoft and help, you know, create content and train people and talk about things and do things and contribute to Microsoft stuff outside of Microsoft. Oh, I forgot about this stuff too. Debating here. So, thoughts. Thoughts. So we can either ideas. What should we work on? So logging and error handling is one that we definitely need to do to start productionalizing this a bit. What were some of the other things? Configurable configuration for inputs and outputs. Example, which encoder to use for RTMP output. What were some of the other things we were looking at? Oh yeah, eventually we need to get into like graceful shutdown and stuff too, but for now let's leave that out. Oh yeah, here, and also resolution, volume, etc. Okay. The other thing we need to do is... Oh, I like the name states thing too. Named states. Input. Recording. That's going to get into a lot more configuration and stuff too. And we don't necessarily, to enable recording, we don't necessarily have to do this first, I guess. We could just have a flag that says, hey, I want you to record this input. So we could totally do that without this. We could add this later. Yeah. And I guess GStreamer 1.18 in container. Okay. What do we have? Microsoft actually has a pretty good developer program that gives you resources for free for 90 days and it renews as long as you show activity in the account. Yep. Let's see. I want to build a bot that integrates Teams into my ERP system. So what does multiple connections mean? 715. Good question. So right now we have sort of this, right? We have input 1 and input 2, right? And like drawing diagrams here. Here, why am I doing this? Okay. No, so the challenge is just right now we're using like an Ubuntu container and it is running 1.16. So what we end up needing to do is we end up needing to compile it from source. But what we really want to do is compile it in a build container and then copy the artifacts over. So it's just time consuming. Okay, so right now we have, man, all right. I want Excalidraw. So I think we still have this saved. How do I? All right. Switcher diagram. All right. Oh. All right. How do I do a new one? I want a new one. Give me a new one. No, that's not what I want. Do I really have to delete all of this? Really? Huh. So I have to completely wipe this manually? Okay, so I guess we can use this diagram anyway. Who was asking the question? 715. Okay, so right now we have this input, right, to the switcher. And this is a mixer, right? But in theory, we could technically have more of these, right? So inside the same binary, we could have more than one mixer, right? So what this would allow us to do is have this channel also connect to it. So we have one stream, but multiple channels going out to it. So that's one use case, right? And then you would have complete control over here. So maybe this is picture in picture here, but over here it's something else. But it would also give us the ability, which is the primary one that we want it for this, for the switcher to take this input and send it to a, whoa, where's my font? There we go. So this is like the primary use case for it, right? So this streamer is coming through this switcher and all kinds of things are happening, right? So Twitch is seeing a linear feed as we switch between our inputs and things like that and do picture in picture and stuff like that. Whereas having multiple connections would allow this to be fed to multiple switchers or things like that, multiple mixers, but also it would allow us to just record it at the input. So this is before anything has been applied to it, before we resize it and do picture in picture and combine it and mix it with other things. It would allow us to just take the raw input and record it to a file. So that's the primary use case for it. So what I think might be useful to do to begin with would be to just have a record flag on here and then maybe like a location to record it to. That would probably be a really good starting point. And then if there becomes a use case where we really need it, then, you know. Okay. All right, what do we want to work on? I mean, I guess recording might be kind of cool to do. We're going to need... What's interesting, though, is if we go to our inputs, right? We're going to have to implement it in each input. And I kind of wish there was a way to wrap the input. Actually, there might be a way to do this. Did you see Hunter File Manager like Ranger but use GStreamer to make terminal escaped video work? No, I don't think I've seen that. So this is really cool. All right. Saving that one too. Oh, Chrome, like, I'll do that sometimes too. I'll also think I have like a weird issue with my audio, and I'll realize that I have like the moderator view open over to the side on an area of the screen over here that you can't see, right? So here, if I, right. And so inside of that, though, there's a little tab that you can hit in your videos in there. And sometimes the sound will be on and I'll be like, what the hell? Okay, so let's see. I don't know what I want to work on. We do need to figure out logging too. Logging is going to be interesting though too, because I haven't quite figured out how we're going to get our logger. Work on recording? Okay, done. Done. So we'll work on recording. So if we look at our input mod, here's what I was thinking. We have this functionality where first we create the input. And we have access, well, that's from URI. So this is the enum, but this is the thing that the mixer is going to call. So it's going to call link itself. So what we may be able to do just thinking, is call link twice? No, we're not going to be able to do that because let's just use decode or URI. So what we need to do in order to do this, here, let's just start up a pipeline, and I can show you what we need to do. All right, so we're going to run this. I think we deleted everything out of main, right? Yep, okay. So main is normal. So here's what we need to do. Okay, we're running. So, oh, we do not have Postman running, so let's open Postman. Okay, so we need to first add a mixer. Add mixer. Oh. Where's our main? Oh, I guess we are creating a mixer. All right, so we need to remove this because this shouldn't be doing that. Okay. And this does not need to be mutable anymore. Okay. So we don't need the mixer, but let's add an input. I think this is just Intel, right? Body. That's probably gonna fail. All right, we need Sintel. Give me the URL. I forget where I grabbed it from before. Here?
So, what brings you to the land of the...
No, we want the trailer. All right, sure. Let's grab it. I don't know. Let's grab it in like 720. That's in Matroska. I mean, we haven't... Oh, here's the trailer. Suppose we could grab the whole movie. All right, let's just grab this. Okay. So we're going to add this as an input. And our mixer should now be going. So let's hit the debug for this. And so this is just a URI decode bin. And it just processes the URL and decides what it needs to do to decode everything to give us our audio and video. So at this point is where our pipeline starts. And so we have an audio test source and video test source, which is just maintaining that black screen and a sine wave with a volume of 0 so that we have like a constant stream of audio and video that is going out so that we can swap things out without there being any issues. So what we need to do now is on the back side of this, coming out of the mixer, you can see that we have this element called a T. And now the T allows us to dynamically add pads to it.
It appears we have a new follower.
Lost and Bored, thanks so much for the follow. So on this element here, we can actually dynamically add pads to it to basically fan out. So this is how we're adding the ability to, on the other side of the mixer, to attach multiple outputs. So what we need to do now is coming into all of here. I'm guessing there's two places we can put this at. We can do it just before we go into the mixer, right? Or we could do it right at the source. So the question is, do we want to capture it in its native information, like frame rate and all of that? Or do we want to capture it after we've changed the frame rate, we've scaled it, and all of these things? Because that's going to decide where this goes. But we basically just need to do that. We need to inject a T element here and here. So I guess let's start with the URI. So the other thing though, we have a config, right? Okay, so here's where we're going to need to split things up. The other thing is I mean, we could potentially do either. Okay, so oh, right. I think we are going to want to do native. We are going to want to do native. And the reason for this is the mixer is going to control things here, right? So the mixer is actually going to be able to come in here and set the width and height after the fact. And we don't want those changes to do anything. So, right, we are going to have to capture it there. And maybe if we need to, we could after the fact have a pipeline that's just for the recording so that we could set parameters there. And I guess if we made the recording an output, then we would be able to do that. So let's just start here. The first thing we need to do is here. This is when our pads are added. Right now we're adding them to this video queue and this audio convert. But I think what we really need to do is we need to create a inside of our mixer, right? We do the same thing. I'll show you. So not here. Wait a second. This just creates the pipeline. Wait a second. Oh, this is HTTP, that's why. Mixer mod. It's like, huh? So here we've got a video T. And so we're going to do the same thing. Let's add it up here. Okay, so now we have a video T. We're going to need to add it here. All right, so add our element. Does GStreamer render the graph of that? Yeah, so there's an environment variable that you can set just on the command line when you're running GStreamer to get it to generate dot data from graph_is. And then you can take that dot data, run it through the dot command, and have it generate an SVG. So you can do all of this from the command line without writing any code. You can use the GStreamer, the GStreamer launch command and do the same thing. So all we're doing here is at a live point in time when you hit this URL, we are calling out to GStreamer and saying, hey, give me back the dot data right now for the current state of the pipeline. And then we are shelling out to the dot command, getting that to convert the dot data to SVG data, and then we're pushing it in the response, the HTTP response. Not sure either networker question here. You got your spanning tree set up the way you want. The spanning tree for what, Punchy? Okay, so here's our video T. We need this to be named now, right? This is really what we want. Oh, wait, we need to... We missed one. We missed one. This whole element factory create here, we didn't change that over to the same thing we were using before. All right, so let's do that as part of this, right? Let's do that real fast. Okay. Okay. For the Switch, there isn't really a Switch for this, Punchy. Currently, we're not doing any sort of like multicast or handling any of that stuff. Sudo, what's going on? A good web app idea to implement. Do you want something challenging, or you're just trying to like build? You want something to learn from, or do you want you're looking for like a business idea or something? Okay. Video caps filter, and this is caps filter, and this is going to be called mixer. The mixer name video caps filter. Okay. And yep, we're passing in a name. Done. Mixer. And this is a compositor. Mixer. Okay. Just woke up. Ah, I am ridiculously jealous. I've been up till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning every day, and then back up at 7. It's starting to kick my butt. Okay, video queue. Okay. Is that it? Nope. Here's all our audio stuff. Okay. Audio mixer. Audio mixer. Volume. Okay. Yep, grinding away. There's just a lot to do before GopherCon. GopherCon's coming up so freaking fast, and you know, was really hoping to have this done in time, and then I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. So it is. Conference stuff can get kind of chaotic. Your stream went amazing. What'd you stream about? All right, audio T. Okay. Is that it? Huh? Can't find video T. What did we name it? Oh. That was my bad. T. Discord bot in Python? Nice. I actually need to play with some Discord bot stuff too, because there's some stuff for GopherCon I want to do that's Discord related as well. Is there a place to register to watch GopherCon? Yep. So the website itself has registration. Right now the tickets are $100. And that's just basically us trying to recap a lot of expenses that we had paid for the in-person stuff that we had to cancel twice. But all of the content will be free shortly after the conference and all on YouTube too. So don't feel obligated to buy a ticket. The content is always free, but we certainly appreciate it because it will help us recoup a lot of the lost money and canceled conference stuff and ensure that we have all the deposits we need for next year. So that's the main reason for the nominal fee for the online stuff. Missing video T, 178. Wait, no. Wait, huh? URI. Oh, okay, so that's there, okay. Yeah, so we actually had to cancel twice. So we had our initial dates, and then we had to do some cancellations and postponing and everything. And then we set for in-person for November, and it turns out that was still a problem. So then we had to start planning completely online. We're going to be doing some stuff on Twitch, though, too. Like all the lightning talks and things like that are all going to be on Twitch. All right, where did I mess up here? Oh, right. Because we added a video T element here, but we didn't add it to there. Okay, so let's just... We're going to copy this. Wait, where's our audio? Audio. There we go. Here's all our audio stuff. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, we don't want that. Undo that because this has like no information in it. Video T, right? All right. This is input, right? We need an audio one now. Video with audio. Okay. Ignite? Yeah, I actually, I've spoken at a bunch of Ignites before. I didn't catch the online one. I caught Build. I did not catch Ignite. Okay, so here we need video T. And we're basically storing these off for later. Audio T, okay. That does not exist though. So we need to add it. I think we've been adding these at the beginning though, right? So we're gonna put that here. Audio T, okay. Now we should be able to compile. What was fast? We have warnings on main. Because we're not using that. Unresolved import. Why is that unresolved? Alright, and then... What is this? Field is never used. Oh, right. We know those. I am fast? Not quite. We still have a bunch of work to do. So we're just saving off our video T for later right now. Which we're going to have to mess with. So what we need to do now is a couple of things. Let's just create a little to-do list up here so we can kind of track what we're doing. All right. Recording to-do list. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is we need to add and link, or add T to pipeline. We need to link the T's. There's more than one T's. Then we also need to make sure that we remove them. And then that only gets us the T. Then we need the recording pipeline. build recording pipeline. And we also need input configuration type. Create input configuration type. Because now we're going to need to be able to say, hey, I want this thing recorded. And that that's going to be specific to this input. Now, so we're thinking about all of this stuff. It's really fun and informational, just a little awkward. Everyone get used to virtual meetings. Yeah. Oh, my typing. Gotcha. How long did it take you to become this proficient in Rust? Lunatic, I'm actually not that proficient in Rust. The basic stuff of it, doing some of these things, I get around really quickly in. But then when we start moving into like me creating macros, or when we get kind of like ownership issues, especially if we get into lifetimes, then you will start watching me struggle a little bit. Like I struggled quite a bit trying to learn Warp because there were some really crazy things about it. But yeah, what's it been, about a month that I've been trying to learn Rust? Yeah, probably roughly a month since I started this project. And yeah, Punchy's right. I am primarily a Go person. I've been doing Go full time for 9 years. Rust seems to be compared mostly with Go. What would you compare it to? So, syntactically, there's some similarities because they're very C-based, but there's a lot of differences in the languages too. I think people compare it to Go because they both seem to be hot languages people are moving to. And so I really like the idea of using Rust for embedded and things like that. Low-level stuff, I'm a big fan. Building an API server, I am probably still going to do it in Go, at least for now, right? There may be frameworks and things that come out later that make it significantly easier and quicker too. But I can tell you, I fought with Warp a lot harder than I should have for building just like an API server. Okay, so here's a thought as we get into this too. Have you thought to have a WebSocket based API as well? Yeah, so we could expand this out to do a WebSocket, sure. Warp is what I am using. Oh, here's the GitHub for it. Is what I'm using due to recommendations from people in the community for doing web APIs. But it uses a lot of like magic about the Rust language and macros and things like that. And so there's a lot of oddities that we found, right? Like in trying to return JSON responses, and one of them you wanted to change the header, but the other one you didn't, but that results in two different types. And you know, maybe it's just it needs better documentation, but you know, I guess that's part of the project too. You know, as it matures, that stuff will happen. Okay, so while I'm thinking about this configurability here, right? And like, hey, we want to record our input. Well, we also have this issue of like, what if we want to record the output of the mixer, right? I mean, I guess if we created a file type for an output, we could connect our input directly to an output or the mixer. There's no pipeline though. I guess, how would we do that? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time for the blog posts. So we do have some issues with like if we wanted to do this. I mean, a quick way would be to just add an output to a file, which is a possibility. So, okay. I think before we dive into some of these things, I am going to use the restroom real quick, and I will be right back. Okay. What are you programming in? Is this just like a general survey of... Is this a general survey of like what languages everybody's using? Oh, cool. Okay, yes, I'm trying to learn some TypeScript as well. Okay. So I guess... So I'm thinking here that we've got a couple of issues to solve. And this is going to be interesting how we solve them. So we could create our own like config, which would be this like an RTMP one or a URI config. So struct. So we could have our URI config, or we could just have a generic input config. And this one is nice because we could just add all of the mixer options, right? An audio config to it and a video config to it, right? We could totally do this. Mixer. And that's good. And then we could just have, say, like a record option that is just a Boolean, right? So this could be a generic type. Oops. Audio. That we would use for all inputs, which might be the way we need to go. I'd really love to see... But the question becomes, like, does each input type have unique things about it that we may need to configure? And if we do, the problem is going to become inside of our HTTP API. So if we look at our filters, right? So let's say add input add. So this is an input create request from the JSON body. I'm just thinking here. Where's this? Rust takes the best parts of JavaScript. All right, so if we go into input, right, we have create, wait, no, HTTP here. So in here we have our create request, right? So this is where we're trying to convert our JSON body into this type. So we would end up needing to create so this is going to get tricky. What I thought was going to be a pretty quick feature is probably going to be a little tricky. And the reason for this is this config right here, or this type for the request, is going to be very, very specific. So this is all okay. Well, I guess let's start here. Okay, so let's just inside of our input type, input, let's create a config, pub config. Well, some meme comparing JS book and the good parts book. Nice. Okay, so so we could have a config here, and we could just say basically the same thing as the mixer, right? Right, this is mixer, right? Yeah. Yeah, so in here we have video config, audio config, and config, right? So let's just do this. So here we've got config, name, audio, video, and then we can just say pub record, bool. Okay. So now, this is mixer, and then we need a use mixer video and audio config. Okay. Unused imports. All right, because we don't. Okay. Cannot find derived macro. Okay. So now we have a config that is unique to our input. However, we are now going to need to change all of our mixer configs in here. Mixer config to just config. Okay, expected struct input config, found struct mixer config. Where's the return type? Well, wait a second. Why? Input mod. Because, because URI. is the same thing. So we just need to change all of those. Same thing. We need to do the same thing for fake. Input, fake. And we need to do the same thing for input test. Okay. Oh crap. So we need use super config. Unresolved import. Wait, what? Okay, we've got a bunch of stuff. Okay, so this is in URI. So same thing, we need super, use super config. Wait, what? Syntax error, expected semicolon. Is that not a semicolon? All right, let's see. We're not worried about HTTP yet. We need to fix all of these yet. Not found in scope. Okay, so fix test. Input test. Just gonna use super config. Okay. All right, Punchy, have a good one, man. Thanks so much for your support.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Lunatic, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so these ones are okay, right? Yeah, because these are just the functions calling in. Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. So we're at the point where we know we need to fix it. So this is the mixer. And on line 135, the mixer is trying to pass the config, a new config here. Except config, what we really want here is an input config. And this is probably just telling us that we're missing record. We're going to say false. Okay, so now we just have our HTTP input. Pretzel rocks. One day it will not crash. One day. Okay, so let's start on line 75. What do we have going on here? Okay, so this is complaining. Right. Okay, so that's because we need an input config here. And let's see. Just looking to see here. What's this doing? Okay, so this is the HTTP handler for when we get an input add request. Okay, so input is a create request. Okay. So what we need to do is so we want to know if input dot record unwrap or false. Okay. So basically we're saying if the create request for creating an input does not have the input record property set on it, then we're going to set it to false. So we need to find the create request here, and we're going to add a property on it called true. We're going to wrap it in an option so that they don't have to supply it. Okay, that should fix that issue. What's the post on? I have not decided my exact topic. Might write about passing args in Twitch since it's not well documented, and didn't realize until I looked at Discord PyDocs, but I still don't know. Just trying to get the ball rolling to do it more. I found that different people have a knack for different mediums. And so I'm a terrible writer. Like, I can do it, but it's very, very time consuming. I feel like I struggle with it. I'm rarely pleased with the result of the things that I write. So I've sort of fallen off from doing blog post related things. Bokjo, thanks so much for the follow. So, you know, the other content creation side of things that I look at is things like, you know, YouTube. Well, YouTube's a different medium as well. Kintaso, thanks so much for the follow. So YouTube is kind of cool and it appeals to me because I like teaching people things. I like educating and stuff like that. But I find creating structured content feels really daunting for me at sometimes, and monotonous, where I struggle with, like, what's the topic going to be? How do I want to lay it out? All of those types of things. You know, I can do it, but I feel like I'm not as natural at it. Doing stuff like this or workshops, I really enjoy. I like that whole, like, people throwing you off and asking you a random question and you get all excited. You're like, okay, oh, hey, let's look like this, let's dissect that. So, like, Twitch has been a really, really cool place for me because it's more natural for me to just, like, code and then get derailed and, like, show people stuff. Okay, so these two warnings are okay. We expected those. So now we should officially have our HTTP API now supports passing a record parameter for an optional record parameter for our input. So, oh crap. So there's a good question though. We just have the option to record it. So maybe that's a good starting point. However, we have a question. Where do we store these files, right? And so maybe we just naturally put them in a known directory. I'm thinking that's what we do. I mean, otherwise we're going to have to ask people where they go and things like that. And maybe we just configure on the server where recordings go. Yeah, I use NeoVim for like 99.9% of my development. I'm trying to, like, strangle myself here with my headphone cable. I'm trying to shift my career from subcontracting to software development, and I'm trying to provide some sort of value to the community to show potential employers. It's going to be a semi-difficult road, I feel, but I can do it. Yeah, totally. I mean, my career is built off of a lot of that stuff, right? So I was a high school dropout. I have not attended college, but I did a lot of open source development and things like that, and a lot of community things. And, you know, that's sort of, I think, why I have the career I do now. I see you running Arch. Have you tried Manjaro? I have not. I've been using Arch for so many years. Well, aside from a 6 or 8 month stint that I did attempting to do development on Windows. That's something I want to figure out how to do. Then I made a post about what I did. The process is simple, but it's just putting it together. Cool. Okay. So for now, I think let's just say we're gonna hard code this where do the files go. So now back to here. So we've done that. We're gonna have to worry about this later. Let's just build our pipeline first. So we need to kill this, and let's start looking at what we need to do. So we need a file sync, right? This is going to be the thing that it ultimately goes out to. And actually, let's create an output type for this. Nope. Output file. All right. All right, we have way too many files open. Okay, so let's open another output type. I guess RTMP might be a good one to start with. We're going to need a lot of this. So let's copy all of this. Nope. What did I say? Output file, right? File.rs. Okay. RTMP with file. Okay. Okay. I stream every night already, and I'm loving it. I love the workshop style learning and teaching too, but it's not nearly as permanent as other mediums. Yeah, that's very true, right? Yeah, discoverability of this type of content, and most people aren't going to want to weed through it after the fact to find, like, you know, which videos did I do a crash course on Kubernetes in the first 10 minutes, right? Like, yeah, discoverability of it is definitely harder, right? It's valuable to the people who are here, but it becomes harder to discover for people who were not here. Developers are pretty high demand, so if you can find a technology that you're passionate about in the community, and it might go faster than you think, either way, you'll enjoy your journey. I do dev work for 11 years now. I'm a tech lead at my company, but when I interview people, we always ask about personal projects and other stuff they did. It's really important for us to see the passion. So 95% of the devs I've found here on Twitch have been super supportive and love to give information about the field, and I've learned a ton on what I should be doing. Yeah, and so I would, Lunatic, I would add, I used to have the same opinion when I used to interview people about the passion, and the longer that I've been in the field, I realize how bad that opinion can be sometimes, because not everybody has the ability or time to be able to do personal passion projects. And, you know, I've gone through periods of my career where almost everything I did was open source, and my GitHub just lit up like a Christmas tree. And I've done several year stints where everything I did was commercial and closed source, and nobody could see what I've done. And I was working insane hours, so there was no way I was going to be able to do a passion project on the side. So I think that some of those, you know, passion projects can definitely help highlight somebody and the work that they're doing, but using the lack of them as an indicator of like who is better than others, I think can be problematic. And it's really interesting that the software field looks at things that way. And, you know, if you were a doctor, if you were applying to be a doctor, nobody in an interview is going to be like, so could you tell us about some of the surgeries you do on your personal time? You know what I mean? It's important to be able to find the passion regardless of the origin. My personal project is just one way to show passion. So yeah, it's just something to think about. You know, people who are passionate about what they're doing tend to grow faster, without a doubt, right? So I used to tell people that when I'm interviewing people, or I haven't in a few years, but when I used to interview people, I'm not hiring you for who you are today. I'm hiring you for who you're going to be tomorrow, right? Those people where you can see that this is going to be somebody that, even though they don't know these 5 things that I'd like them to know, they come off as the type of person that in 6 months they're going to be experts on that. And so I like hiring people based on those things. But what they've done or haven't done in the public, I try not to do that. I do surgeries in my personal time. Ain't a doctor though. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on Twitch. When I interview people, I ask the question, what is your favorite tool to use in dev? And then follow up with what you don't like about it. Yeah. And, I like questions like that. I like questions like, if you could change one thing about the industry, what would you, right? Where do you see holes in software and things like that, right? Problems that aren't solved. I like hearing about that type of stuff. If you had, 8 hours a day to work on whatever you want, what would you work on? And I think those types of things can be interesting to tell you, what the person enjoys doing, what their kind of hopes and their aspirations are, and how well does that fit, right? Is this somebody who, and I think it's also important to recognize that, sometimes we're training people up. And they'll eventually outgrow us, and that's okay. And it's okay to hire people who have room to grow too, right? So I wholeheartedly believe the best use of seniors is to create more seniors, right? I don't think those look bad. I wouldn't if I was hiring. I would ask you about your pros, cons, trade-offs, and so on. Use your projects as context. Yeah, and whiteboard questions. Can we please do away with those? Like, I'm not the world's best programmer, but like I can dive into building things in spaces that I don't understand, in languages that I don't understand. But if you put me on a whiteboard and ask me to solve some comp sci problem, I'm going to fail miserably because that's just not my background. I didn't have a formal education, so I didn't memorize all of these things, right? But if you showed me a white paper for some data structure, I could build it.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Hocus TV, thanks so much for the follow. TurboCaj, thanks for the follow. I think I missed that one. Okay, so we started here, but we're going to need to split this up a little bit because what we really... Well, I guess we could still do H.264 and AAC, right? So we still need to mux them together, though. So what do we want to put it in? Do we want to... We could put it in an MP4. We could do Matroska. I think we can do AAC and H.264 for Matroska. And of course, it has to be a brain teaser where you need to know just that one thing or you'll crash and burn. Yeah, those are the things, right? Like if you know the answer, it's easy. If you don't, it's impossible, right? And I don't like things like that. I also don't like when people degrade other people about like, oh, you're a senior programmer, but you don't know whatever. It's like, well, if it's that easy, don't be a dick. Just tell them, right? Like, there's no reason to make somebody feel bad about something that you can explain in 5 minutes, right? So I'll tell you a funny story. Speaking of like those types of things. So I cut my teeth in web development. And so I did a lot of web development in my early years. And this is all like pre-JavaScript framework and stuff like that. Wrote custom async handlers and libraries and stuff like that. Eventually ended up on the JavaScript architecture team for Disney as a company. But when I interviewed for them, somebody asked me, and I want to say it was my phone screening. They asked me like, how would you iterate over all of the images in a page? Right? And I didn't know. I actually was thinking about like iterating, traversing the DOM, finding image tags, and then outputting them. I didn't know that there was a document.images, right? Like in my entire career of building websites, I had never needed to iterate over all of the images in a page, right? And those are sort of some of the examples of like when you ask somebody something and they don't know. That doesn't really it doesn't really express their entire knowledge of the field, right? You could be touching on some small surface area that they've just never happened to have built something on. And then you judge them based on that. And you're like, oh, well, how could you know JavaScript if you don't know about document.images? And it's like, because I've never had to use it. All right, let's catch up on chat. I'm passionate about software dev, but regarding the industry in the last couple of years, I feel like everyone wants everything done yesterday. The pressure. Yeah, I mean, totally. Right. Yeah. I mean, that's just the field. It's just the field. I don't have to agree either, but I don't think at this age it's really important. Perhaps getting the first job might be tricky, but afterwards, your achievement would be the best reference ever. Yeah, you are going to hustle at first, right? There is a grind at first, and, you know, I'll tell you, it's a huge battle at first, both in gaining knowledge and experience to grow in the field. And most people bail out early, right? They're like, oh, well, I've been doing it for 3 months or 6 months and all of these things. And it's not coming to me, right? And the reality of it is you end up like flatlining, and then you'll shoot up, and then you'll flatline again. And that's really what growth looks like, both in knowledge in this field as well as success, you know, making more money, promotions, and things like that. You know, my first programming job, I think I made $10 an hour, and I was like IT support, fixing printer jams and writing code and managing the telephony systems and things like that. And I worked at probably that level for a few years. And then, you know, over the course of, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, I doubled my salary twice. And then I kind of hung out there for a few years. And, you know, that's just sort of the nature of the game. So you just got to hang in there. Interview questions don't always have to be answered correctly. A lot of the time, it's about the quality of guesses when you don't know. When people are rude in an interview, I ask them questions back that they won't know and then make fun of them back at the point I don't want to work with. Yeah, so I've actually turned down jobs because I did not like the interviewers. If I had to work with people like that, I would be insane. So the thing when I interview people is I actually like to collaborate. I'll tell you, like, ask questions as if I'm Google. I'll either give you the answer or just say to ignore it and we'll move on. I'm much more interested in the dialogue that we have while you try to solve the problem and we're thinking it out, and how receptive are you to feedback and questions, you know, whether you get defensive and attack or whether you're trying to explore the ideas with me. Like, I'm more interested in that than whether or not you can just 5 minutes and go, right? Every job listing I've ever seen for dev requires a degree. How would one get past the HR gatekeepers? Coldwire, I will tell you that it is a hurdle. It is a hurdle, and it's one that I fortunately skipped over because I was just talking about earlier, I was a high school dropout, and I eventually went and got my good enough diploma, but never went to college or anything. But I cut my teeth in web development, and back then web development wasn't as big. Even people who had comp sci degrees weren't familiar with how to build web pages. So I got the opportunity to do stuff because people are like, you know how to make these website things? And so people gave me, by the time it really started mattering, I had experience. But yeah, you're going to have to do a lot. You'll probably have to do some open source stuff and things like that for visibility, collaborating with people. That's going to be the huge one. Find ways to collaborate with people in the community, because recommendations from people who are already employed by a company mean a lot, right? So if you and I are working on an open source project together, and, you know, I go to my team and I'm like, hey, you know, this person Coldwire I've been working with on this RTMP switcher is like amazing. We've got to hire them. That carries a lot of weight. Like number 7 says, the one thing I noted was in the last 4 years since doing live coding, the progression increased exponentially, although everyone's journey may different. Yeah, so lucky number 7, this is very true. Less plateau. You're talking about are you talking about learning or success, like growth in your career? You mentioned that it was for a software dev position. Would they be looked at the same if it was junior? The most important thing for me is to see what the candidate knows. Both. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you can learn a lot through interacting with people, right? So Twitch, there's no way I would have picked up Rust as quickly as I did without some of the people who know Rust coming into the channel and offering me insights and idioms and things like that. Without a doubt, as far as professional growth, perception is reality, right?
It appears we have a new follower.
Cassie and Smell, thanks so much for the follow. But yeah, perception is reality, everybody. When you sit down at a conference and you see somebody get up and speak, you assume that they are an expert in the field, right? You don't know how far we make kind of assumptions about somebody's knowledge base, right? The reality of it is that person could have spent, 6 months learning enough to give that talk, and you could be looking at the entirety of their knowledge in that space. But we make a lot of assumptions about that. So when you speak publicly, when you write books, when you blog, all of these things, everybody's imposter syndrome kind of allows them to draw lines of like, well, this person must be an expert on all of these things, right? It's the same thing. Like I have areas that I'd have a hard time calling myself an expert in, but that I'm much more seasoned professional in. And then I have areas that are new to me, but I'll find that like I'll work on something like an electronics project and people will assume that I must be an expert there too. And it's like, no, I very much am not. That's a hobby thing. So we have to be careful about that. Yeah. Imposter syndrome is an entirely other, is a whole other problem. And I'll tell you from firsthand experience, if you are the type of person who has imposter syndrome, there's probably not much you can do. There's no accomplishment that you're ever going to have that's going to change that. Same thing. I'm sitting here in front of you, holding a title at Microsoft that's extremely hard to get. I organize a conference. I've written a book. I've had high level positions at several prominent companies, and I still feel like I'm an imposter. I look at it. I don't know why people look up to the advice that I give them and stuff like that. So, it's something you have to be careful with. And one thing I will say I've gotten better at is I still feel kind of that imposter syndrome feeling, but I have kind of accepted like not comparing my knowledge to somebody else's, because I do recognize the perception problem. And now I just really look at my own growth, where I am now, where I want to go, and like, how much have I grown in the past year? That's the only time I'm really disappointed, is when I look back and I'm like, I lost a year, and like, what did I really learn in that time? Beginbot, I'm not good at networking, but good at making friends, and I found out that's what networking is. For a junior position, you want to see that he wants to learn and that he has the drive. Needs to be open so that others can help grow. Senior, they need to be able to be independent and know their stuff. For juniors, every knowledge is a plus. Networking is really important too. Making friends in an industry, that's where most of my jobs in the past several years have come from. I don't apply. Yep. I've seen this one. Imposter syndrome. What I think others know and what I know. Yeah. And so I will tell you all a story about kind of the perception as reality and imposter syndrome thing. So I was having beers with one of the Go compiler developers, and we were talking about kind of like how crazy this stuff, that was happening in the Go compiler was, and like how I'll never be that smart sort of thing. And he's like, I write compilers. He's like, but I couldn't build you a web page, and I had never really thought about it that way. He's like, you look at all of these as like these huge advancements, like, wow, this thing that they did in the compiler is so crazy. But he's like, from my perspective, he's like, I spent 30 years building compilers, right? He's like, this one is just slightly better than the last compiler I wrote, which is slightly better than the compiler I wrote before that. And so I guess we all kind of do this to ourselves, where we kind of look at some accomplishment of somebody else's and then we draw a lot of lines, right? And yeah, it was pretty funny. And another story, when I first started at Comcast, we were having like a social gathering, and somebody on the team said something about my knowledge of Go, and I was like, well, you've never seen any code I've written. And they're like, well, I mean, but you wrote a book and you organized a conference. And I was like, 3 of us wrote a book. You don't know which of those pages I wrote, right? And then it's like, and then the conference, it's like, well, that makes me a good event planner. That has nothing to do with programming, right? But we allow ourselves to do this sometimes. When I see some coding in Rust, I assume they're a programming guru. Maybe that's actually true, though. It's not true for me. I mean, I run my own company after 4 years ago being a senior dev, and all because a staffer at Twitch watched one of my streams. The ride since then has been mental. Networking has never been an issue for me, as I was brought up in the hospitality industry. Yeah. Hospitality would help a lot. And you know what I love about Twitch specifically is we're with talking about kind of imposter syndrome and all of these things is it humanizes people, right? Prior to like watching somebody live code for you, right? You would see the code that they produced. You would look at GitHub and you'd be like, wow, this person's code is so amazing. It's so elegant. And the reality of it is you are comparing their final produced video to your rough cuts. And so watching people on Twitch code is really humanizing, because you realize even people who, are experts in one area, you'll watch them fumble in another area. You'll watch them fumble on a language they know really well. You'll watch them write horrible code at first and then refactor it into something better. And you start realizing that they're no different than you, right? What do you think of jobs expecting you to be able to full stack when you don't even like to do that? I mean, I think that's a bunch of crap. Full stack is turned into a way for people to be able to hire one person to do 5 people's job. It really is. Some people do, right? Like, because I started in web dev and I've migrated down the stack just out of personal interest, I've ended up touching all of the areas, and I've done operations stuff. So I could be called full stack, but not on purpose. And the reality of it is the more time I spend down here on systems level stuff and distributed systems, the more my knowledge of front end falls, right? So it's really impossible to stay up to speed on everything. Lunatic, thanks. I appreciate that. We probably should have just converted to just chatting. But I'm happy to answer any questions about this type of stuff and give you any of my own insights and stuff. Yeah, you're exactly like number 7. You will always be a specialist in one area, and that specialization may change over time, right? I used to be a specialist in web dev, right? I spent a lot of time doing front end stuff. I wrote my own libraries before all of these frameworks and stuff existed. Contributed to Ruby on Rails. Wrote their jQuery adapter and stuff like that. And now, yeah. Wait till we get to doing the front end of this and I start doing it in Svelte and you start watching me write hideous JavaScript and you're all like, what the hell are you doing? You can be full stack, but you always called being T-shaped. We need a mux. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? I'm also happy to just sideline here and we can just have conversations about this stuff too. This stuff is really fun. I enjoy having these types of conversations with people. All right, ISO MP4. Is that what we want? I mean, we could do Matroska too. Let's do Matroska. Okay. Okay, so here we wanted a, I think it was just called, it was Matroska Max, right? Yeah, Matroska Max. Matroska Max. Okay. MKVQ. Actually, let's just do this. There we go. Yeah, so right now, we borrowed all of this logic from the RTMP output. And the RTMP output is using H.264 encoding for the video and AAC for the audio. So for now, I think we're probably just going to leave that alone. And we're just going to swap out the mux that those things are going into to the Matroska. And then the other thing that we need to swap out is this video sync. We want a file sync. File sync. Okay. And now we are going to need to look at that really quick. So GST inspect file sync. Okay, it's location. Okay, so I don't know. Let's just do like format. Let's just call it recordings, yeah. And let's open git ignore. And we'll ignore recordings as well. So we're gonna do add a to-do here. To-do configure recording directory. Okay, so recordings, and then we're gonna just name it after the name. Also use timestamp. Okay, so later we'll also include a timestamp. And we need name here. And, right? Oh, this is probably gonna... Did that work? Huh. Wait, so do we not need all of these as strings here? All right, so I guess we've been doing a bunch of crap that we haven't needed. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to fix all of these. Because it's gonna drive me nuts that they're all here and we don't need them. Alright. Let's see if we can get this working first. And then we'll go back and fix all of those. Because there's going to be a bunch of them we're going to have to do, right? Yeah. I think that one we might need. Because I think this is actually a string. Whoa, what is that? This might, if this complains, is that gonna work? Right, so... Uh-oh, wait, what is all this? We got a bunch of errors. Wait a second. Oh, alright. Okay, so the ones that are using config, those need that as string. Why? Because config name? Gotcha. So format must be like returning back an answer, like, or a string based on what this is, right? Because in this case, this is what is name? Yeah, name is an answer, right? And in here, it's a string itself. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, so what we're gonna do here is on this output side, we don't have one set up here, but coming out the other side of the mixer, this T splits off into the audio. The video will come out here, and then we merge them back together in a mux, and then we send that multiplex somewhere. Right, so if it was RTMP, we would send it out RTMP using an FLV container. But in this case, we're going to send it the output, the data that comes out of that container to a file. But yes, you are right. We should just do this here, right? Somebody recently told me about that. Ah. Okay. I don't think I need that there either. Right? Okay. Yeah, it looks a lot cleaner. That makes sense. Like, so I was really confused here because I felt like sometimes I needed to convert this to an answer, and sometimes it was already what it needed to be. So that makes a lot more sense now that because that's a macro, it's basically just based off of the type that it's being handed. All right. Okay, so that's fixed. And I think we already removed it from here. So we're going to have to do it to a few more files, but... Okay. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do that. We might as well get it over with. So we need output fake. Yeah, and 715, if you've got any other things like that, I love learning idioms. We know that that's not supposed to be. Okay, what was the other one? Output. We just did fake, right? We need test, right? And we need RTMP. Okay. Yeah, so I have Clippy going down here. We're gonna have to fix all the inputs too, but I mean, this should be pretty quick. Alright, is that everything? Sweet. Alright, that one's done. Suppose we should have changed it here first, right? And yeah. Okay, so here, let's just do this because... Alright, so... Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. Alright, what about now? Fixed? Okay. So that is our outputs. VS Code Peasant. There's the Vim plugin for VS Code. So being a Linux person my whole life, I actually it was maybe a couple months ago that I switched back to Linux. I took like 6 to 9 months. Maybe it was somewhere between 6 and 8 months doing just Windows and VS Code and WSL to see how somebody who's primarily used to Linux would do. And it actually, I thought I would give up on it a lot sooner. But yeah, prior to that, I hadn't used Windows since Windows XP was first released. Like, not even a little. All right, so inputs. We need, we are in URI now, so we just need fake and input test, right? All right, let's go ahead and fix all these and, wait a second. We already did it in this one? Okay, so we already did that. Okay, so here we didn't do it. Okay. I guess that was pretty easy. Fixed. I'm always too lazy to learn the shortcuts, sadly. A little tip for learning the shortcuts is if you think about them as in like this crazy daunting list of things that I need to learn, it's more problematic. But when you look at it as something structured, it's a lot easier to learn them. So a Vim movement, right, consists of a multiplier, which is optional, then whatever the command is, and then some sort of modifier or movement key. So as an example, right, let's say I want to, I don't know, delete this line, right? Well, that's D for delete, and D is the modifier of movement for the line, so DD, right? Well, I could multiply that, and I could say 5 or 6 DD, right? Well, there's other modifiers, right? So this W is the word, so DW deletes to the word, D capital W, includes some more things. So once you sort of learn that, these things you're learning, an additional one here or additional one here, and you're just combining them, right? So then you can do like C, right? So C is change. Well, CW is change word, right? And that's all it is you're picking these things up a little bit at a time, each one of these pieces, and then you're slowly kind of developing your own way of combining them to do what you want. Yeah, I probably should have done a macro. And again, right, like we say, you're picking up stuff a little at a time. I am a terrible user of macros. I don't use them nearly enough. Why is that telling us that they're... Weird. Okay. After a while, you forget what the keys actually are and just think of things they do. Yeah, same thing. And it becomes like really natural, right? So like here, right? You sort of just naturally, intuitively, like, oh, I need to change that string, and my brain is just like F capital S. Okay, now I'm there. Change word, right? Or, I'm here and I'm like, well, I really want this to be called audio source. Just intuitively, I just type capital I to get to the front of the line, right? And you just slowly pick them up a little at a time. And you'll find ways of saving some keystrokes here or there, but okay. So now, what did we do? Oh, we sidelined to refactor. Okay. I think people think they are more proficient as using ID applications than they really are. That depends on the person, right? I worked at Disney with somebody who, that was just his workflow. He preferred to use a mouse. Like, time on the keyboard actually, wasn't as proficient for him. It was easier for him to just grab the mouse and select stuff. He was super fast at it. So I would say, like, not to get too hung up in the tools that you use, or, that somebody uses Linux and you use Windows, or somebody uses Vim and you use Emacs or VS Code or TextMate or whatever, what have you. Whatever you're proficient in, and the thing I would just say is explore new tools. Periodically survey things, right? That's why I decided, hey, I haven't touched Windows since XP. So I decided to challenge myself to just try something different. And so, yeah, and you'll pick up stuff along the way. And there's a lot of cool stuff I actually like about VS Code. It's not about what tool is objectively right. It's about what is right for you. Exactly. Notepad is the best. Yeah, only elite programmers code with, no syntax highlighting, no line numbers, things like that, right? That's why the elitist of the elite use Notepad. I was a Windows user for years, but I switched to Arch. So far, I'm liking it. Awesome. Yeah, and Chroma Sundrift, you also get stale over time, right? Like I can't remember the last time I picked up something new in Vim, right? Almost to the point where I forget where things are and configuration and things like that because I've just sort of left it alone for so long. I mean, keeping up your knowledge in places, can be a challenge for sure. Okay, so now we have RT, and we need to build the rest of the pipeline. So the first thing that we need to do is when this URI input is connected, we're currently connecting to this audio convert and video queue, and we don't want to do that. We actually need to connect to the audio T and the video T here. Why is it using VQ? Why is it using VQ? Hold on. All right, we got to figure out what this is doing. So here's our audio pad, right? And where's our link? Here. Okay, so we're linking to audio here. Wait a second. Yes. Okay. So yeah, we need audio here to be the audio T. So that now when the URI decode bin figures out what exactly is at this URL and builds its own internal pipeline and now has the audio and video pads that we want to connect to, this callback is going to be called. So at that point, we're going to take the audio and we're going to connect it to our audio T. Perfect. Okay. Now we need to do the same thing for the video. So now I'm trying to remember why did we use the video queue? And what are we using video for? Oh, okay, so we are getting... Okay. So we're just using the video queue to get the current running time. All right. Let's see. Where did we leave off here? Let's look at our pipeline here. So we have a video queue here somewhere. So here's our video convert and our audio convert that we're connecting, right? And that is here. Or at least that's what this was, right? But the video queue is here. Why are we using that to get the runtime? How quickly we forget. Well, no, we're using... Hold on. What are we linking it to? Right, that's the audio. There's the video. The video we're linking it to there. Huh? So, what the hell are we using? Okay, offset source pad by current running time. What am I using this for? All right, let's follow this through for a second. Okay, we're gonna ignore the audio for now. It's the video we're interested in. So video here used to be the video convert, and if we look here, that's what gets connected here, right? Okay, and so, but that is also what we link it to. Okay. But I'm confused what we're doing here. Is this like leftover code? Oh, no. Okay, so that's sync pad we're getting from video. The source pad. Q pad. Alright, I've seemed to have lost myself. So we're taking source pad and linking sync pad, right? So what the hell are we doing with the Q pad? I don't recall, like, why? What are we even doing with QPad here? QPad is a source from that queue, but what is that queue being connected to? Let's go look at how we're linking this together. Okay, so video queue is here at the end. Okay. This makes more sense now. Okay. So this is the source. We're connecting it to one element, but then we're linking it to the compositor on that side. Okay. So we can still do this video queue thing, right? Going into the compositor the same way. So what we need to do now is in our link then. So in our pipeline, we need to add our self.audio T, right? And we need our video T. Okay, so this, so now this should, in theory, leave our pipeline working. In theory. So we can, well, I guess that's not going to work. HTTP mod. We are missing record here. In our tests, we're going to just say record. Okay. What do we have going on here? I've used Notepad++ on Windows my first years and was writing CSS. That was the time I learned all the CSS syntax just by writing it. front end like has gotten really crazy with all of the build tools and all of that stuff. I am so lost now. Okay. I think I'm caught up on chat. All right, what do we have here? Input config. All right, 335. And this is because we need a, here we need an input config, right? Create input. Okay. All right, I guess we're gonna have to do this. We need audio, and this is going to be default audio config. We're gonna same thing for video. Okay, and then this is probably gonna complain that we don't have record. What's the difference between create input config and input config? Just a scoping issue. So here you can see that we did this, but if I did like use create input, right? Then I would be able to from this point I would be able to say input config, which is probably the better way of doing it. Create input here. Yeah, it's just scoping. So we could use super to go like one level up, but create basically pulls us all the way around and starts from the top. Why are you complaining? Input re-imported here. Pub mod input. Oh. Pub mod input. Wait, where are we? Oh, yeah. So that's why I was doing that. Because right now we have, if I were to do this, use create input, we now have a conflict here, right? Because we have the input that is up at the top, it's source input, right? But then we also have this module, which is actually inside of here, which is source mixer or whatever, right? Input. This is HTTP, source HTTP. And this is all like the handlers and stuff like that, right? So it just creates a conflict of like, which input am I talking about? Am I talking about an HTTP input or am I talking about one from the crate? Yeah. So there is aliasing. So we totally could do, pub mod input as HTTP input, right? Okay. So now this is linked. Let's run a cargo test here really quick. What are we missing? Expected struct input config found mixer config. Oh, there was still one more on 375. Where was the other one we just fixed, right? Where's create input config, right? Because they are likely going to look the same. Yep. There we go. Now the question is, it's our race condition. Okay. So now if we run this, we should hopefully be able to get this working. So we're gonna test this out, make sure we didn't break anything, and then this basically gets us a whole working system that has a T there that we can now connect to something else, and then we can move into like let's build up. How do we get the output connected? Okay, here we go. Postman, we need to add a mixer. Add. Okay, now we need to, I don't know what we did. Don't save. Add an output. Okay. Wait, let's see. What was our output? Okay, that's the backup one. Okay. And now let's send Sintel there. All right, it says it's working. So, oops. Come on, work. This isn't the normal URL we use for Sintel either, so this will be interesting. Well, we called it Big Buck Bunny, but I don't see it. What did we break? And did we just crash Pretzel Rocks again? Oh, what is this? Okay. Okay, so we're missing a linking stage here. So our input got linked to our T, but our T did not get linked to our video convert. Why? Okay, let's go find our link function here. And I see our T here. Oh, wait a second. Crap. Ah, okay. Because we never actually linked them. All right, so we also need to make sure that we release this T. And okay. Try again. Add mixer. Add output. Add input. Did it freeze up on him? Interesting. So it's playing, but at like a crazy low frame rate. So let's look at it. All right, so here's our input. And we're saying it's at 24 frames a second here. And then we're coming into here, into the T at 24 frames per second. Same thing. All right, so 1280 by 720, we see it get scaled up here. And the frame rate's 24 frames per second. And then we see it come out the other side at 30 frames per second. So, in theory, this shouldn't be an issue. So why is it an issue? It's like it's playing at like a crazy low frame rate. Wait, what did we look at the output? Was the output still 30? Yeah, so here it says it's also 30 frames per second. So what exactly is this doing? Can we get GST Discover to read this? I don't know. GST Discover. We know this is under HLS/streamkey.m3u8. Okay. Okay, so let's get a little more detail here. Interesting. So this is saying it's not live. So there might be an issue there. We have AAC audio in here. And H.264 video. And our frame rate's 30 frames per second. Okay, so Intel trailer 480. Let's see if we can find the original one that we had. There we go. That's right. We stole it from the GStreamer examples. So okay, so let's kill this. I guess start it back up. And now I guess we can try and remove the T and see whether that fixes it. But nothing is immediately coming to me in the pipeline as being an issue. Oh. I wonder if it has something to do with the syncing of the clock. I suppose that is a possibility. Let's do this. Okay. So add a mixer. Add an output. Add an input. Why do we not have sound? Come on. Is there a part in the code regarding playback at the pipeline state change the pause to playing? Right. So this is because the element was introduced. So we ended up changing the pipeline. Okay, so this input is supposed to be here, and it's not. Hmm. What am I missing? Because now we don't see it at all. But it's clearly in the pipeline, right? So now let's try something real quick. Let's remove the T. Oops. Audio T. It doesn't matter if we create it. It's the here that we want. Audio convert and video convert. That's what we're most interested in. Okay. And here, I guess. Well, we don't. All right, hold on. We don't really need to do that because we're not. As long as we're not doing anything with it, we don't really care that it's created and stored there, right? We just don't want it added or linked. So here, where we link it, we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen. Wait, what? Something's going like crazy with these error messages here. Okay, let's try this again. So now we're removing the T's and seeing whether we still have the same issue. Okay. Add mixer. Let's just reorder these. Maybe not. Add input. Add output. Okay. So it is something specific to our T's. Okay, so let's see if we can isolate this. Let's tag our audio T in. So only the audio T. Because it might have something to do with the way we are. It may have something to do with on video is where we're determining to set the offset. JT, how's it going? Okay. Here we go. Everybody cross your fingers. Add input. Add output. Okay. It should start over. Okay, so audio is not our issue. Video is our issue. What's the difference between audio convert and video convert and your T implementation? Lunatic, do you mean like why would one work and not the other? So the whole idea for those elements is everything inside of this, you still use the old variables. Yeah, so I cloned them because they're being used inside of a closure. That's what the variable names are used for. So all of this is just creating these pipelines of elements for the data to flow through, right? So the audio convert and the video convert here are basically so that these caps filters here are where we can say, hey, this is really the height and width I want this at, and the frame rate and all of those. And those capabilities are negotiated. So all of the elements before it are like, oh, okay, this is the format you wanted in. Well, I'm a video rate element and I know how to change frame rate. Or I'm a scale element, I know how to scale things. So they're all kind of working together to slowly change the data as it passes through, the buffers pass through. So the difference between these two are in this key area. To answer your question about using the same variables, that's because right here, this closure is being passed in and it's called in its own thread. So we move ownership of the variables into this logic. So we can't use them after. So I've just cloned the audio convert and video convert pointers because it's all reference counted on the C side, and assign them to new variables, and that's what's being used inside of here. Oh, wait. You still... now I see what you mean. All right, I guess we can't test that. However, there still is a difference. And the difference is in the fact that in the video queue side of things is how we are determining, I think. So the T is how we're getting the running time. We're getting the running time. Wait a second. This isn't right. Now I'm confusing myself. I am totally confusing myself. Okay, let's try this really quick, and then I'll try to wrap my head around why we did that. Okay, add input, add output. Okay. Right, going directly to convert was working. Okay. Are you going to play? Okay, why do I not see this? We see these get connected. What do you mean by the implication? Wait, what kind of project would you recommend to get cranking on Rust? I come from Ruby and it looks pretty intimidating, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, anything that you're not using like multi-threading and things like that. In fact, even API servers, just because of like the frameworks that exist now, will probably be hard projects. Maybe some sort of command line utility. So the audio T, video T was not working, but the convert part was working. I don't really understand the implications of these two, and if you change it back to audio convert, it'll probably work. Yeah. So that's sort of what we're figuring out here. I mean, sometimes it you know, it changes up the pipeline a little bit. Okay, so what the crap? So, but video T here, right? Hmm. And we want to tee it before these things, for sure. Okay. Add mixer, add input, add output. What is going on here? Okay, so let's do this. We're going to start this, and let's start with just 2. And see. Maybe we have like some sort of negotiation issue or something. I don't know. But what's interesting is that one video played and its frame rate was really bad. We switched it to another one, which we're not getting the output of at all. Okay, so, I mean, this is not helpful at all. And I think we used to get those a lot, at least for the FLV mux. I probably should just kill it like almost immediately, right? All right, let's add the input too. And I mean, we could always try to connect it to an auto output too, right? So like, let's just do this. Auto. It's just an ignored location anyway. Okay, so we're clearly not getting... Oh. Alright, there may be a timestamp problem. A lot of buffers are being dropped. Okay, so... Or this computer is too slow. Okay, so... Maybe our issue has something to do with the capabilities of a video T. Or just a T. Like... And we were connecting it to, we'll just do like a video convert. Or no, it's just convert, right? No, it is video convert. Video convert. Right? Just thinking. Where is our issue? Okay, so our source pad is where we're setting the offset. I wonder, maybe take a look again on how we create the T. Does it use video convert? So the video T connects to, so basically we put these elements in front of our convert elements, and now we're trying to connect the output, or we're trying to connect the source to these. So I wonder if we need to like put a Q or something in front of here. That's what I'm thinking. Is we might need to put a Q in front of our T's. I'm going to try that really quick. I mean, it's worth a shot, right? We're supposed to do that anyway to decouple things. So this should really be a video TQ, right? Clunky, thanks so much for the follow. Video TQ, okay. That's not used, but we're going to do the same thing for our audio. Audio, TQ. Audio, TQ, okay. We need to add here. Q, alright. Video, TQ, okay. We're going to need to add them here. Audio T, Q, alright. The question is, which side do we need to have? Wait, what do you mean no such field? Video TQ, audio TQ. Okay. Did I typo it? Huh? Okay, I think Rust Analyzer is like just going wonky on me or something, because it's giving me like all these like phantom errors. Okay, so now we have the queue there. So we need to add them to the pipeline. All right, and we need audio TQ. Okay, so now they're added. We need to link them. Which side do we want them to be? I guess it would be in front of the T. We might need it on the back side. Now I'm trying to remember which order. I think it's before you fan in and after you fan out. Red Knave, thanks so much for hanging out. Alright, so unlink these. Alright. So now we've placed a queue in front of our T, which means what we want to connect here is our video TQ and our audio TQ. Those are the things we're going to connect. Wait a second. I'm still confused what we're doing here. So the input, we're going to be fed those things. And then I guess it's at that point that we connect the video. Okay. We don't need this here. We're just grabbing the pad. We're just grabbing the last element of ours, which is the thing that gets connected to the compositor. It's the last thing it's the last element in our pipeline, our input pipeline. It's the thing that is guaranteed that we're going to connect to the compositor. So all we're doing is we're using that to talk to the pad that we're connected to on the compositor side. Okay. Now let's see if I remember that next week. Okay. I just realized this is probably the longest everybody has left my lights alone in a long time.
Would you like me to look up a recipe for a light bolognese sauce? It should pair quite nicely with your spaghetti code. Okay, so the cue there did not work. Why? Deploying anti-inflammatory agents. I'll have this dumpster fire under control in no time. Catastrophic failure detected. Evacuation protocol has been initiated.
Oh, no, that's not the one I wanted. It was this one.
Abandoned ship. Sir, please. It is not only your reputation at stake here. Do be careful.
Oh, no, that's not the one I was looking for either. Now I can't even remember which one's which. Okay. Okay. Why do you hate me? Sorry. It's amazing how much talking nonstop for hours will just destroy your voice. All right, so here, this is what I find the most interesting, right? Is the pipeline is playing, right? The pipeline is playing. Every element in here is playing, right? We have no issues. Everything is linked, right?
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Lempi, thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you working on? What were y'all working on? We've been a bit compiler development. Started working on modules and stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah, we've been a bit all over the place today. We did like a crash course on containers and Kubernetes at the beginning of the stream, and then we've been working on some refactoring of this project, trying to add the ability to record an input at the input and not after it's been mixed. And we did like a whole, I don't even know. We spent a whole bunch of stuff time on career and imposter syndrome and interviews, and we kind of went off the rails. It was fun. Okay, so here's our issue. There's a lot of buffers being dropped. There may be a time stamping problem.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Fadalist, thanks so much for the follow. So output video sync, actual sync XV image. Okay, that's, what element are you? Okay, so this is the final, this is our actual output. So is that our issue? I have not, an hour and a half meeting about AWS Azure proof of concept. Oh, cool. All right, Limpai, have a good one. Thanks for the raid. Did you get your Moonlander? I have not. The delivery date, where is it? Moonlander. Where is their frequently asked questions? Where are they? There we go. So I was in on batch 3. I was 1 day too late to be in batch 2. 1 day. I had to sit here and kick it around and decide. It took me weeks to decide. I could have already had it, but so I'm in batch 3. So it looks like they're expected to ship, should ship somewhere between October 23rd and November 6th. So sometime in the next month, I should have it. Yeah. This is why you shouldn't procrastinate on your impulse buys. You should just be impulsive and buy them. Lesson learned. From now on, whenever I have an impulse, I'm just going to buy it. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, so... So I'm not quite sure where things are going wrong here. You know what we could do is we've looked at this Python project that does something very similar to this, and it we've looked at it for reference in the past too. We could look to see what they do, because I'm pretty sure that they split theirs in a T as well. I feel like we shouldn't need that queue on this side though. Because typically we want the queue on this side. We want one for each split. So we could just try to do that really fast. Yeah, okay, so let's do that. Audio, T, Q. Okay. Nope. Oh, wait a second. Huh? Wait a second. Wait a second. How are you getting connected here? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's connect it to here. But then we want, when we link them, we want to, wait a second. So that one's in the right order. Yeah. So here and then here. Okay. So this will put the queue on the other side, which from what I've read, I think is the proper way to decouple things is always like before coming in on a mux or before splitting on a T. And you end up with a closet full of keyboards. I've had the ones that I've had now for I don't even know how many years now. Quite a few. All right, so we add the mixer. We add the input. We add the output. And that does not work either. What the problem is. It's odd because our pipeline is playing, but for whatever reason, we're not seeing or hearing anything. Let's come down here. So in the video mixer, it is a higher Z order, so it is on top. So my guess is that this has everything to do with this error that we're getting with a timestamping problem. That something with the T is throwing off our timestamps. All right, so let's do this. I want to try one more thing. Let's remove the set offsets that we added last time. And let's see what happens here.
Catastrophic failure detected. Evacuation protocol has been initiated. Abandoned ship. SOS. Abandoned ship.
McCann, I know the feeling well. I am currently experiencing that. A whole lot of failure.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
The Skeptical Potato, thanks so much for the follow. What are you skeptical of? What are potatoes skeptical of? Okay, so we are running. And let's try it. What do we got? Wait. Okay, so that still didn't fix it. This is so interesting. Okay. So let's cheat. Let's go to GitHub. Let's see what they're doing. Because we know on their inputs that they split them. Well, at least I know this. They have like an interesting thing where they do multiple. Okay, so let's just pick one. I don't know. Input. All right, so okay, so they have a Q going into a T, which is allow not linked, which is the same thing we're doing. And that's just naming it. So they have a Q going into a T that goes into a Q and into the fake sync. So do we need one on both sides? So same thing. Here's the Q on the audio side going into a T, which is going into a Q, which is going into a fake sync. Okay, so what does the pipeline start look like? So it looks like that they are probably... Oh, they're doing all kinds of magic in here. Frequently when dealing in links, yeah. All right, so here's the create elements. All right, because this is just generic, right? So I don't know. Let's just do URI. So they're sending theirs into a video scale caps filter. Wait a second. I'm just thinking here. So we could test this by putting the T at the end. I mean, that is something that we could do. Right, so that would mean here we would do a video convert. All right. So this should work aside from the fact that our T is now part of the pipeline and not linked to anything. So we didn't change anything inside of here. So we want to go into our linking function, and then here we would put our Q on this side, and then we would take all of this and right? Yeah. Okay. And then we would do the same thing here. Video convert. Oh, wait. That's our add. So we do the same thing here, though. So the Q would go before the T. The Q would go before the T. Right? And then this would all come down here, like so. Same thing here. Okay. So we'll see whether this works. Hello, C Films is doing great. How's Eric Dantev doing? I'm doing pretty good. I've never been a talk to myself about myself in a third person type, but yeah, we're doing pretty good. We were making some good progress, but now we're kind of Now we're kind of stalled trying to figure out an issue. Okay, so putting the T there works. Okay. Okay. So that works. So we'll leave it like that, but this brings up an interesting question. And that is now, when we do things like set the Z order. No. Okay. So we're fine. Remember I said that there'd be an issue where, like, if the mixer kept trying to resize the input, we wouldn't want to mess up our primary recording. Well, so the configuration for the input does not change. We are changing what we're doing on the compositor side. So there's a pad where we connect to the compositor, and that's where we're changing it. We're not actually changing the input. So perfect. Why do you use Bear Duda? How's it going? Why do you use Rust? So I have some coworkers that use Rust. It seems really interesting for things. I've been interested in learning it for embedded stuff anyway. And then I started working on this project, and I needed to leverage either FFmpeg or GStreamer, both of which are written in C. I did not want to write C or C++. I haven't done so in a very long time, and even when I did, I was not like a professional programmer. So if the professionals can manage to mess it up, I know for a fact that I will. So I've been a Go programmer full-time for like 9 years. That was the first thing I considered. But the bindings for GStreamer and FFmpeg, not so great, not very well maintained, as well as CGo is not great for calling in and out of Go. In this particular case, now that I've done the project more, I realize that probably would have been okay. Because we're sort of just like calling out to an API of it, and we're not like, but so yeah. And the bindings for GStreamer are fantastic in Rust. They are written by people who work on GStreamer. So that just seemed like the way to go. Are you a Microsoft employee? I am. I am a principal software engineer for Microsoft, and I work in developer relations, but I primarily work on open source projects. So recently, my friend Wonton has a streaming issue. Site cannot resolve it, but I posted on tech support regarding the PC specs. What do you mean by streaming issue? He built the PC himself? For a second there, Grave Gatekeeper, I thought you were making a pun, and I thought you said your friend Wonton had a steaming issue. Okay, so... But yeah, so as far as like, I mean, I could give you advice on some hardware and stuff like that for streaming, but as far as like Windows goes, I am not well versed in Windows itself. I've only used Windows a couple of months to try it out. My expertise is in like Linux and distributed systems and things like that. There's also a Discord. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the link for you. Okay, why? Can you not get a link to a Discord? Do you have to invite people individually? Where's the link? There we go. There we go. So there's a giant Microsoft Discord too that has a bunch of employees and MVPs and all kinds of stuff in there too that might be able to help answer questions too that are like Windows specific. Okay. Sorry. Distracted here. Okay, so that works. We have everything teeing off now. It's not going to give us the problem that we thought it would. So we have added the tees to the pipeline. We have linked the tees to the pipeline. We have well, let's back up here. We need to do this first. So now we need to think about our recording pipeline. Well, no, because we built the file one, right? Output file, right? Okay, I swore that we created a file dot. Oh, because it's not committed to Git, so it's not going to be in here. So source output file.rs. This is our new one that we created. We went to a Matroska Mux and yeah, okay. So here's where we're going to try this out. It would be easy to send the alerts off to a black hole, I suppose, just not sure I want to do that. I wonder if you could use like Dunst or something, right? What's that picking up off of? Hey, I've had terrible quality all day. Just hooked up my Ethernet cord. I've got 500 megs up, 20 megs down, and right now it's frozen. Twitch has been having some weird issues too. Yeah, unfortunately, Grave Gatekeeper, like while working on code, and not seeing what you're talking about, it's gonna be really hard for me to debug. Like, is this a machine issue? Is this an OBS issue? Is this a Twitch issue? We need a bit more detail. Okay. So we don't need this, right? So so here I guess we would say record output file, right? Create output file. Oh, okay. So we still now need to go into our output mod, and we need to file. Okay. Okay. All right, let's not do that. That looks pretty ugly. So let's use create file. Nope. Create output file as file output. Yeah, there's something going on with like Rust Analyzer here. Okay. Now let's get rid of this. Hideous. All right. File output. Okay. Okay, so we've got some errors here. 226.
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Okay, so this looks like it's probably from line 80 that's just carried along. We have an extra curly brace there. Biggerich, thanks so much for the follow. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, okay, okay, okay. This is the same issues that we had. With RTMP. Oops. All right, there we go. That's so weird that you're offline, but they can hear you. Missing record output. Okay, that's fine. You know about that variant or associated item not found in output. Ah, okay, right. Because here... Wait. No, that's HTTP. We need output mod. Here, we don't have a variant for it, right? So we need a file here. That's going to contain a file. Okay. Same thing for here. File. Okay. Okay, what were we doing? What were we doing? Missing match arm. No, we just added it. Alright, I don't believe you anymore, Rust Analyzer. This is what you get for updating stuff, like as soon as there's a new version. The number of hours I've probably spent using broken stuff because I decided that it would be a good idea to upgrade it immediately. Okay. Not found in this scope. What do you mean not found in the... Oh, because I need to do file. There we go. One positional argument in format string, but no arguments were given on line 57. No, here. Ah, all right, name, we missed one. So is your Rust skills just rusty? My Rust skills are non-existent. This project is the start of me learning Rust. So if you see mistakes and things that I'm doing, feel free to point them out, taunt me about them, help me learn. I am down with all of that. But yeah, I just started learning Rust for this project. So I'm only a few weeks into even experimenting with Rust. Okay, so we're missing our record output, but this needs to be an option because we may not record, right? And that's on line 189. So we need to check our config. So if config.record, well, we can do this, right? Can we do that? We can say let record output equals, right? Well, no, I guess we would want to do a match, right? And say match. And then we would say true. Then we would do sum. Let's just put none for both of them for right now, because we're going to have to look at what we're going to build here. Right? And we can say record output. Boom. Okay. If you want to learn more about Rust, check out the streamer ToggleBit. Yeah, I follow ToggleBit and a couple of other Rust streamers too. Mr. Halsey, Musin, Steve Klabnik. There's been a couple of others I've been following too. Ogdance3, thanks so much for the follow. Is this okay? That's working. What is this? Oh, because it's never read. That's fine. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is we need to create that file, right? File output new, and I think we just need a name. I guess it takes a location. Interesting. Where's URI? Location. So I guess really we can just replace all of this, right, with location. I mean, if it takes one, why not? Hold on, let's undo this one real quick so we can work on one at a time. I am mostly a web developer. I do mostly PHP. I did a lot of PHP in the early days, like PHP like 2 and 3. But I don't even know how many years it's been. It'd probably date me. At least 17 or 18 years since I've done PHP. All right. It doesn't have a size known at compile time. Wait a second. Okay. Oh, so we've got method called new usually returns self. Where are all these coming from? Because we didn't have all of these before. Okay. I mean, we're compiling now, but we've got a bunch of warnings. Like, a lot of warnings. Alright, we'll fix those as part of this too, I guess. So now we've got this coming here. I guess let's... Why this is bad. As a convention, new methods are used to make a new instance of a type. Okay, so if we return back, oh, so this is yelling at us because we're returning back the enum type as part of our result, instead of returning back our actual type. I mean, I guess we could fix all of that. Dr. Dumenberg, what's going on? We're making some progress. I'm doing pretty good. We're slowly making some progress. We're trying to implement the ability to take an input and record it before it goes into the mixer. So, and also doing some refactoring and fixing stuff. So, I feel like this is a really big commit already. So let's finish this feature first, and then we'll handle warnings. Because otherwise, I think we're going to have like a massive, massive commit. New as a convention, usually something that results in a result or something else is called create or connect or something more apparent. Okay. So new typically shouldn't fail. Okay. So then is the real solution here for us to say call new to call this create instead? Because I'd be okay with that. I would be okay with that. Because here we do have the option that this totally could fail. So I guess let's do it then. Auto. Well, from we're not taking one type and converting it into another.
What you're going to hear about today is nothing short of a miracle.
Okay. So yeah, we'll just go this route. I'm okay with this. RTMP.
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current.
You know,
The most tremendous new music
So
you can have.
yeah, and I was thinking like if new is okay for it to return a result, the other option would be that we could just return back self, but then implement the from trait on our super output, right? So that we could just use into, right? That would be another option. Right, so like up here in this output, right, we could implement impl now I'm trying to remember how to implement a trait, but it's for, right? So we could impl from for each of those types, right? For file. No. Yeah, I'd have to look at that. But basically so that we could do automatic casting, right? Okay, yeah, from other formine. So what would be your suggested solution, Musin? Use create because we can totally fail. GStreamer can blow up on us here. So we need a result. Without a doubt, we have to return a result. So would it be more idiomatic here to use create or to implement the from trait? So the from would never fail because all we're doing is we're taking a variant type and turning it into the enumeration.
Someone find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
So all we're doing here is basically creating these variants, right? So I want to take this file and turn it into an output file variant. So that would never fail.
Yeah, it's super creative.
I guess I'd be okay with either implementation. Hamilton, thanks so much for the sub. Where you just have an output create the file and then return the right variant. Oh, you'd have the function on output then. Where you just have output create the file and then return the right variant. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's do that then. Refactoring time. Okay. Where do we want to start? So so we would do like here, pub function create file. And this would return back a result right? Something like this. It's a test, I think. Something like that. Auto. No, I literally have them all listed above. So we would just do something like this. And then this would be RTMP create, right? Name and name. So we would do something like this, right? Is that what I'm thinking? So it'd be something along this line, right? And then on the file side, on this side, we would just return back. Oh, no, 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 no. Because I need the... Right. Because we don't know what the result is. And then here we would return back self file. Right? No. Oh. Oh, right. Struct output file found output. All right, because we haven't changed this yet. So in this case, this should return back self, right? Or for the go RTMP create dot map self file. Ooh, I like that. Okay, so that looks a lot cleaner. So we would do something like this, and then we just say dot map self file. I like it. Is that not right now? Okay. So then I could just copy this then. And well, this is RTMP, right? RTMP, then auto. I think you should talk to Beacon sometime about live coders. Okay. I think I might know what you're talking about, Stupak. Fake.
Someone find you interesting, sir.
Fake.
It appears we have a new follower.
Renalis, thanks so much for the follow. Potatoes, how's it going, man? Won't need a... Yeah, I like that. The map. File. Alright. File. Okay. So now we just need to fix all of them. So now we need, oops. So now we need fake output function, create. Okay. Boom. Done. Wait, did we fix file? Output file. Nope. Okay. How do you feel about the name only devs? Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh. That's the one you applied for. Oh, did you create a Twitch team? Is that what you're talking about? Nice, nice. Okay, what did we... Expected signature found... Wait a second. Oh. Because they're all file, right? So this should be self auto, self fake, self file, and self RTMP. 20 minutes left to work. Gotta go. All right, man. Catch you later. Because if not... Okay. What's our error now? We don't have one. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm liking where this is going. Except we have some issues here. Line 28. What am I missing? Did that not update? No, it's still complaining here. Oh, because we just haven't changed auto, right? So this is going to be self. Then we need to come down here and remove that. Okay. All right, and so supplied two arguments. Oh, right. Because auto does not need a location. Okay, expected signature. Okay, and that's same thing. We just haven't fixed RTMP yet. All right. Okay. Okay, so we know that that's broken. We know we're going to have a bunch of these in HTTP. So, okay, that's fine. Which file is that? HTTP output. Okay, so HTTP output. All right, let's find new, right? So really, what we want is, wait, did I call it create, right? So mixer output. I guess, so here we would do output, right? And then we would say create auto, right? Yeah. Output create RTMP create fake. And then I guess while we're in here, we should, for measure, add file, right? Wait, here we need and output location, okay? And same thing for here. You can do use statements and function bodies to reduce the noise, use create. Oh, okay, I did not know that. So you can actually do that on a per function. I knew that you could do it per module. I did not know that you could do it per function. That is extremely helpful. Okay. Blocking rating. Is that everything? We're not doing this for URI? All right, so we should do the same thing for input, just for good measure. Oh, I keep forgetting about using star too. Okay. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I have consumed an awful lot of tea today. I will be right back. All right. Where did we leave off? Oh, right. Okay, so we need to refactor all of our inputs here. So this is going to be self. Okay. And we're going to get a bunch of errors. So let's just solve all of our wait, create okay, so this is what we want. So we're going to copy this and we are going to look at input mod and we're going to do the same thing. Well, I guess we already have like a from URI. So really this should be create URI. Create test. URI create. And what did we do here? It was a dot map self URI, right? I'm already, why am I all right. And this one would be test, create, test. And then fake. Fake. What'll return a result now? Oh, right. Yeah, result. Okay. And we know these don't exist yet because this is called new. So we're going to call it create now. So let's now do input test create. The hardest part about things like this is learning these little idioms and then remembering them, right? So we did test. We need output fake now. So this is create as well. Result. Self. You ever do that where you just like lose your train of thought for a second when you're doing something really basic? You're like, what was I just doing? The combinators are numerous, especially on iterator, but they are really useful. Yeah, I've been trying to use a lot more of those and like the OK or and things like that. I've been trying my best to like remember to use those because it does take what looks like a giant glob of messy code and turn it into something that's much more readable. Okay, so, whoa. Here's a fun fact. Both option and result can be treated as iterators. In fact, they are iterators. So how does that work? You either get 0 iterations or 1? Is that how that works? Okay, so input mod test create. All right, what did I mess up here? Let's fix that one. Input mod line 41. 41. Create fake. Okay. Function takes one argument. Oh, right. We know that one. That one's an easy fix. Okay, so input mod line 41. Oh, we just wait a second. Oh, because we didn't change here. This is fake, right? Oh, we have to call this fake, or if this was still called new, we would then have fake new. Fake news. All right. Function associated. What is this one? Input mod. Oh, fake and test both don't. Run. All right, what is this one? Expected struct input config found and that's right. Because our inputs take configs now. Wait a second. Yeah. So fake takes that. Input test. What does it take? I believe it also takes a config. Okay. And then what about URI? Why does that take it takes a URI separately? Okay. So, yeah, config URI. Okay. So this is a config. Config. Okay. Now are we safe? Sometimes when you stop. I'll do that sometimes actually. If I'm getting kind of frustrated or I can't get the motivation to work on something, I'll pick like some little tedious thing that I could do like while holding a conversation, and then like as you start making progress, it sort of like gets your momentum up. Okay, so we know. All right, let's go fix HTTP input really quick, because we know that's going to be an issue. HTTP input, right? And so let's just go find where that all is. Okay. So URI input create URI and input create fake. And really this is just hideous. I really need to so we have create input here. So why am I doing that? Am I doing the same thing in HTTP output? Yeah, I am. And I'm importing it here. So But really, I think I could just use output. And then I should be able to just replace crate. Oh, wait a second. Crate output. Wait a second. Crate mixer output. Huh? Because mixer also gets it. Okay, yeah. We don't need all this. Okay. This is just like leftover stuff from before. So we're going to substitute crate mixer output with nothing. Oops. Yeah, I think some of this is from some refactoring that we did. And there's some cases where we have to differentiate between the two. So like inside HTTP, there's a such thing as an input and an output, but there's also one at the crate level. So there are some cases where we have to actually do it, but in this case, that is just completely unnecessary. All right, so we're gonna do that, and why is that unresolved? Okay. You're unwrapping it on line 79 instead of handling it. Is this the same file? Or did you see something like that in a different file? Was that in output? Oh, right. Yeah, so oh, right, because it's infallible, right? So really what I should be doing here is I should basically do a if output dot is error, right? Then I want to I guess I can just copy this whole thing, right? So let output equal match output. So I didn't know you could return a warp error. So I didn't realize that you could do that. Return warp error. Where is that located? Oh. So I tried to look up the whole infallible thing for warp, and it told me that I couldn't, that basically that is something that should never happen. which is why I started kind of handling errors, you know, this way, right? Where is it? Right. I guess I'm confused by what that means. Jestex, how's it going? Because that's one thing I've yet to do. I would really love to figure out how to return back something. I mean, right now I've basically been sending back different JSON results based on what's returned. Yeah, so I just have to find an example of how that works. Okay, maybe what I'll do is I'll save that. Let me finish this refactor really fast. And then I'll come back to this because that's definitely one thing I need to do better. Is I want to better handle all the error cases in the HTTP logic. So yeah, so I'll finish this, fixing all of this stuff, and then once that's all committed, I will look at how to do the error handling through there because that's definitely one thing I wanted to do better, because I also noticed that when it fails and it panics like that, then basically the whole HTTP server becomes unusable from that point on, which is definitely something I do not want. All right, let's see. What do we have? Let's I'm going to fix these really quick so that we have like at least a starting point. Okay. Mixer mod input test new. Okay, so these are the tests. So mixer mod. Okay. Input, and then we're going to say create test, right? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So that one's fine. Wait, what is all this? All right, there's something clear. I broke something. Okay, what happened here on HTTP output? What did I break here? I thought this whole file was fixed. Method, not a field. All right, let's... All right, the name input is defined multiple times on HTTP input. Oh, crap. Okay, that was our issue. Okay. So, let's see. So maybe let's just do as mixer output here. And then here, whoa. We should be able to just say, Okay. Undeclared type or module. Okay, so we need output : output. We're gonna change that one too. I should have got beer. Okay, what do we have now? We're gonna have the same issue in input too. So I guess let's move to that one too. So input as mixer input, right? All right, so, ooh, okay, so here we need, where is it? Line 77. Okay, here we go. So this should be mixer, mixer, and there should be same thing, mixer input, and there should be create test. Okay. Telescope, I think, is what you are referring to, Michael Levy. Oh, sorry, not directly related to what you're working on, but what Git file search plugin, Vim plugin is that? It seems really slick. Yeah, that's telescope.vim. That's written by Tej DV, who is also a streamer here. Okay. It's like the more stuff I fix, the more errors there are. Okay, we broke a lot of stuff. As ref and then sget. Whoa, what does that do? Okay. Let's start up here. Input redefined here. Huh? I thought I did an as mixer input. Okay. What? What is that? Use create output as okay. We're getting closer. All right, so input config use of undeclared type or module input. Okay. So that is because let's do input config as input config, and then line 69. Oh, I guess we could just do this. Input config with input config. Oh, you had mixer unwrap.get name as str. It removes the unwrap. So that would only be safe if you knew that it was not going, that you knew that you had some, right? Because that would still panic. What? Use crate input. Config as input config. yours wouldn't basically coalesces the nuns through the combinator. Huh. So as ref maps the option T to an option ref T so it doesn't move. And then it takes a function that returns an option and flattens it. The and pointer string is the same as string as str. Huh. Okay, so now we have input. And then I did the same thing for right here. Right? I did the same thing except called it a input. No, it's there. So we just need to do the search and replace. So input. We're going to replace that with mixer input. No mixer input in the... Huh? Oh, it's my search and replaces. Ah. That's... I was like starting to lose my mind. I'm like, why is that happening? Because the search and replace would remove that. And then the save would modify it. Okay, that... I was like going crazy. I'm like, what the... Okay, so now we're compiling. I mean, we've got a few warnings here. So I guess we could fix our output fake here. Wait. Output fake. I don't know why we... Output mod. I mean, if we don't need a location... Okay. So now... Now we fix the broken tests. And create fake. Alright, so HTTP mod. Too many mod files. This is mixer mod. Let's... Alright. So let's do our HTTP mod. And we are looking for, I guess, anything where we're calling new, right? Alright, so it's all in our tests that are broken. So here we're going to do output, and we're going to call it create fake, right? Same thing. Output, create fake. Oh, no, this one's fine. This one's fine. Input, create fake, right? Input. This is going to be a very big commit. much of which has nothing to do with the actual feature that we're building. Wait, what? I messed something up. HTTP output. HTTP output on line 71. I don't know why we would need a location for a fake output, so we're going to remove that. Okay. So now we're just left with our unused field. The Elvis operator in other languages. Okay. Okay. Tests pass. Sweet. All right. So now I guess we need to finish the original logic that we started. Okay. So inside of here, so now if it's true, we need to create a pipeline for this. Okay. What were we doing? So what we need to do is we need to assemble a separate part of the pipeline. Oh, no. So what we need to do is we need to create an output. So that would be, can we do, I don't think we can just do this, right? Where we just said some, output. Let's mark this. Do we have output here? File output, file output. Okay. File output. Create. And then this is a name, right? So we would pass it format. I don't know. Input. The name. Well, I guess we would want a location too, right? So we would want, I don't know, /recordings /input, right? .mkv. Something like that. And then we would pass that in. And then it also needs I think this says config.name, right? .name. I guess we need a name here too. So we can name it the same thing. So, you know what? Let's not. So we need to do, we're going to copy the same thing here. Okay. What are we missing? Unclosed delimiter. Oh, right. Okay. You're not going to put that on one line for me? What am I missing? Oh, because we didn't close that one either. Okay. Now, there we go. All right, so the first thing is going to be the name of our output. So we're going to call it record underscore and the name of that. All right, and we need to pass this. Did I miss a comma? Really? Some days, I don't even know how I became a programmer. Okay. Expected struct output file found enum result. Wait, on 269, we expected... Huh? 216. Well, this... It should be an option, right? File output, right? Oh, because I returned some. No, yeah, that's... Yeah. So record output should be... It's an option. You have option result T when you want option T. Oh, because I'm create is returning a result. So really I need to, we need to do some work here. Right? Ah. I keep forgetting that does that to me. Leave me alone. Alright. Okay, so we need to let output equal, right? So this should return an error. If that doesn't work out. So that would just leave us our output type. Then we should be able to say some output, right? Oh, we can do map, right? Can I just do that? Some. Does this work? Expected comma. Where? If you wanted to learn Hunter. Oh, wait a second. So this could actually be skipped too, right? Because technically I could do a let record output equal oh no. It wouldn't be, right? So rather than doing some, I could also do a, if I copied this, right? I always forget that there's always these options, right? So I could also do an dot okay. Ah. I just want to play with something for a second. Stop yelling at me. Okay. I thought I could do that. Dot. I thought there's a method there. Hold on. I'm going to copy this up here. Oh, Clippy's going to yell at me for the match on the bull? Really? Because I guess the other thing here is I should be able to do a dot. None of my completion is working here. Because I know that you can convert between types, right? So if I have a result, I can get an option. If I have an option, I can get a result, right? Right. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So in theory, yeah. So is Clippy going to yell at me for this? It's not yelling at me for it. Okay, so now in theory we have this record output there, but we are now going to need to do some stuff. So let's first go into link and we are going to have to if self.record output.is sum, then we're going to need to call we're going to need to call we want to do if let sum record output. This is the way. This is idiomatic. Okay. All right. Now, if we have record output, now so now we would call link on this, passing it we need to pass it pipeline, right? We also need to pass it our self dot audio t, and then our self dot video t, right? I think that's what we want. I know it's in my snippets to force it to be allowed because I like it full on. Yeah, I'm not a big if-else fan either. Okay, mismatch types expect unit type found. Wait, what? Oh, because we didn't... which is behind mutable reference. Wait, what? Cannot move out of self rec. Hmm. That's a new one for me. I wouldn't have figured that one out if I sat here all day. All right, move occurs because self.audio t. Oh, right. So yeah, we need to clone dot clone dot clone. Okay, so now at this point we have our output. So now we're adding our, this will also add the elements from this T or from this output to our pipeline. So we're okay with that. And we have our T's, which it should connect to for its inputs as its sources. So we should be okay there. Yeah. I think we're okay here. So let's try it. Let's see if we can get this thing running. Oh, I got you. So the other option would be here to just say dot as mute. Like that. Okay, so we are running. So let's see. Let's add a mixer. Boom. The mixer has been added. I guess we don't really need the output right now. Let's just do this. However, we may break things. We might have some issues where we need to like flush some buffers or something when we remove this output. So that's going to be interesting. So let's add this. I think, was it here? Record. True. Failed to link elements. Alright, so what happened? Trying to link elements input, BBB, video T, and output that don't share a common ancestor. Video T hasn't been added to a bin or pipeline. Okay, so I think our issue here is potentially Okay, so I think that the issue here is that we've got kind of an ordering problem. So I think we need to come through here. Because we can't link elements that haven't been added to the pipeline. So we need to first add our we're going to add these first to the pipeline. Same thing with here. Because they need to already be in the pipeline before we ask the pipeline to link any elements. So we're going to add those first. That way they exist here. Okay. Let's try again. Okay. Add the mixer. Add the input. It says it's created. So let's check it out. CD code. Switcher. I see an MKV file in there. I mean, I don't know whether this is going to get corrupted because we're not doing anything to cleanly shut everything down. So let's do a GST discover recordings. Wait, why is it called input BBB? Wait a second. Create file. No, file. Output. How did that get called? Oh, because I named it input. Recording. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's what we wanted. All right, what is it? So it says it's 27 seconds long. Can we, XG, open. What's up? We now have the ability to record an input. All right. Number 47. All right. And we have a boatload of changes here that are have nothing to do with this, which I don't like, but you know. Wait, what's the difference in main? Oh, because I removed that Tokyo select thing. Yeah. Yeah, let's just okay. Now I forget the number of the ticket. You recognize that comment? Yeah, you handed it to me one day, and then I meant to like look up what it was and how it worked and all of that stuff, and yeah, I never got back to it. Okay, so recording input streams are number 50. Oh wait, we already had that. Okay, so fixes number 47. Fixes number 47. We can now record inputs directly to file before they hit the mixer. Okay, so that should close number 47. Number 50 we're going to delete because I guess we can just close it. Look at us fixing stuff. And now, we don't have, we don't have an option on our outputs that says, hey, I want to record this. However, if you wanted to record the output of a mixer, we do have a file output type, which you could just add. You could just hit the URL and say, when you configure the mixer, and add an RTMP output and a file output, and then you could have a file of that. Now, I guess we have a couple of things to do. Oh, wait. I left all this in here. All right. All right, everybody, avert your eyes. You did not see me. You did not see me do this. I would never do such a thing as force push something. Okay. Test multiple inputs. So you mean like add multiple inputs to the pipeline and then see if we can record them individually? I mean, we could do that. So let's get another file here and we'll try it. Big Buck Bunny download. Where are you? Oh, we don't want stereoscopic 3D. We just want normal standard 2D. Let's take the 420. Ah, crap. That's not what I wanted. Cancel. Okay. So let's run this. Okay, so let's add our mixer. Then let's add this input. So what's interesting is going to be whether it overwrites that file or not. Oh yeah. So we're stuck in a paused state now. And I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that that file already exists. That's going to be my guess. Because watch, we'll kill it. All right, so let's remove recordings. Okay. And we'll restart it. And I bet you this works. Which means we do have a problem though, which means we need to change this to a date. We need a timestamp. And if any of the Rust folks in the chat have a go-to command or macro they use to generate like a timestamp like that, then please share. Otherwise, we can Google here in a second. Okay, so we're gonna add the input. Boom. Okay, yep. So that was exactly it. The file already exists. So now we should be able to take this 720p stream here. We're going to copy this. We're just going to call this BBB1, right? We're going to pass that in and go. Okay. Ooh, what is this? So I'm guessing this is either in a format that's not supported, or because I didn't see anything wrong with this request, right? So let's try it in a different format and see what happened. This is all the older stuff, right? Where's the new stuff? No. They're all... So... This should have been okay. Oh, wait a second. No, because this is like... All right, let's try this one. One more time. Yeah, it was an AV file. So I mean, there is a possibility that for whatever reason that particular file type it didn't like it, and that may be, you know, based on what modules we have installed or something. So we could set up like a very, very basic pipeline locally to kind of try to figure out what that is. And we're probably going to have to figure some of that stuff out. Even with our container, we're going to end up missing things. There's going to be some file that we submit that has some weird color grading or color format or whatever, and it doesn't work, and we're going to have to troubleshoot it. And it's going to be the bane of my existence. But for now, we will take our wins. Okay, so we had our mixer. This is Sintel. Let's call it Sintel. Sintel. Send. Okay. Then Big Buck Bunny. Yep. Okay. So it's definitely something with the AV file. So we'll let it run for, I don't know, a few seconds. See what happens. Okay. Kill it. What's in there? What do you have for me? All right. Recordings. Big Buck Bunny. There's Big Buck Bunny. All right. What about Sintel? Are you in there? There we go. So one of the next things that we should probably do too is, now that we've introduced this like config to the input, maybe we should also introduce the config to the output. I can't wait to do this one too. This one's going to be really cool. But so we have, you know, some information on the output side. Like right now we're not, right now we allow you to configure like the resolution, frame rate, color format, all of those things on the input and on the mixer. We do not currently support the ability to change them per output. So that's one thing that we want to do, because maybe you want to send it, you want to send the whole produced thing. You basically want to create the input and the mixer to be maybe like some high res thing, right? 1080p, right? So coming out the other end of the mixer is 1080p. And you want that to go to a file at 1080p, but maybe for the live stream, you want to do it at a lower resolution or something, right? We want to be able to support that so that you can change the resolution and frame rate and things like that on a per output basis. So that's one thing we need to do. I have a bunch of meetings tomorrow. I might stream for a little bit longer today, but I have a bunch of meetings and stuff that are GopherCon related tomorrow. So I probably won't stream tomorrow. So it would likely be Monday maybe before we can work on that. Ooh, Musin, what do we got here? Function timestamp, use 64 standard. Ooh, what is this? Copying. Using the system clock, if you want UTC, then chrono or time can handle time zones.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Girl.dev, thanks for the follow. So system time would probably be fine. When will we have issues with that? Okay, so I suppose if we ended up using something like cloud storage that we like mapped into our container, if we had more than one machine running in different time zones, there is a small possibility that they could overwrite each other. But all right, so let's see here. If you're running in Docker, just set the system clock to UTC 0. Oh, yeah, that's true too. Okay, so file output. Yeah, okay. So we need a timestamp. So so we should be able to just assign this, right? And be able to do like a let timestamp equal, right? And then maybe append here. Okay, and then timestamp, right? How did I end up with an E at the end of my timestamp? Okay. It can fail if your system clock is before January 1, 1970, thus the unwrap. Well, we should also be able to do this, right? Wait, maybe not. Wait. Oh, no. You have an unwrap. So what was our error? What is with my typing today? Timestamp. It's not a hard word. Okay, there we go. So now we should have at least, a timestamp at the end. Is there... Oh, wait, so this is a duration. Oh, okay. What is system time return? Is that in a displayable form? Because, I would be okay with that too. But, okay. But, this works. This works. Okay. Add timestamp to recording file name. Okay, so chrono and time crates let you do formatting and parsing. Okay. I mean, and I think that this timestamp thing is probably good enough for now. I mean, later we could potentially do something more creative with it. Okay, what do we have time to tackle today? Oh, right. I almost forgot, Musin. Well, you were here. You sent me a URL earlier for this. Okay. So, JSON result, bad request, error. Function error. Okay, so this makes sense. So you're creating a custom type for the response called a JSON result. I'm down. I think that this is what I'm looking for. And bad request, perfect. We want to know what the error is. I'm guessing this has something to do with that infallible return type. And then function error. Okay, so here is where you're passing in some error type and it's wrapping it and returning back. Okay. Function on 41 is important. Pub async function recover. You put that in the handler chain. Oh, okay. So this is okay. Okay. So are you going to be around for a minute, Musin? I am happy to implement this. The warp stuff has been the part of Rust that has like absolutely confused me the most. All right, so we have this HTTP filters here, and so this is where our filter chain gets put together. So where's your recover being? No. Recover. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, so you do this for each and every route. Okay. Gotcha. And let's fix pretzel rocks. Play some music. Okay, so let's take recover first. Because that seems like the thing. Well, no, I guess we need to implement all of this first, right? So inside of handlers, I guess it would be. No, we have it for each. I guess it would be inside here that we would really need. Okay. All right, so here is cannot find type rejection in this scope. Where is it being brought in from? Oh, I've never seen this syntax here. So that solves some of the issues where I end up having like multiple lines. I didn't know you could do that. Huh. Okay. So it's at the same level as filter, which I'm no longer importing here. All right, let's just do this for now. We'll remove unneeded ones here soon. Okay, so now we have a JSON result that allows us to have a status and a message. Perfect. Okay. So this is up at the mod level. Okay. So that gives us all of this. Now, let's look at the handler. Result impl reply. Okay, so this is just a none, and then you just call the error function and give it your own error type. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I also need to implement my logging too. Okay, so now we have this JSON result, which is here. But what we really need to do is, like, I guess we need to... Let's just fix one of them for now. Let's go to, yeah. Let's go to HTTP input. And for now, I guess... it would be... here, right? Where's the JSON? Okay. So it's always a with status and a rejection. Okay. So we need to basically change all of these to a super, yeah. Use super JSON result, right? So then for each one of these, we're just going to change this to a JSON result. Okay. Same thing, JSON result. Okay. I guess we're gonna have to fix that. All right. How many? Okay, that's all of them. All right. So we're going to have some issues now. So we don't need infallible anymore. So here, yeah, so this is like really where I need to do a similar thing that you did here, right? Like this whole thing, right? So we've got status code. So status code, and then it would be the same thing where filter, right? And then also reply, like that. Okay. What do you mean unresolved? Okay, so where are our errors now? Okay, so this is really just mismatched types, right? So where do we want to start? We'll just pick one. 169. What do we have going on here? So this is because... Okay, so all of this is because of error handling. So first, we also need the recover method, right? We never put that anywhere. And so I guess we need to put that up here too, along with the error method, right? Okay. Trait bound. It's not implemented for HTTP error. It's not implemented for HTTP error. So our mixer error is not going to work. And I think we use mixer error quite a bit in places. So I have to figure out how to better do this then. Right. Which is kind of what I have up here, right? So I guess, let's comment this out for now. Okay, so we'll have to worry about how to map these things in a second. Let's see if we can get this stuff working. Okay, so we don't have a convert there. Right. Crap. I guess I used that quite a bit more than I thought I did. That's going to be a pain in the butt. How are we going to do that? I'm going to have to change where all of these things are used. All right. I guess we start in this file. So line 174. How do we want to handle this? So here we don't know how to convert a mixer error. I guess we're going to have to just do a map error. And this would be... What do I have access to on here? I don't even know what type of... I kind of want to get at that. I mean, so for now, I mean, we could just do an... is it error mixer, right? And that would be okay, but I'd really prefer to get at... the type of error that could return. Like I would love some sort of string error from here. Let's look at our mixer. Okay. So output remove returns what? All right. It's returning back the crate result. What is that? So that is a mixer error. So okay, so our bigger issue is not the fact that there's a mixer error. It's the fact that we have these GStreamer errors that we're wrapping. Those are probably the things that can't be serialized. And you know what? I'm more likely to just remove these things, right? Yeah. Let's just do that. Because then we should be able to... I make the JSON object as an enum, which models the JSON response. But in theory, we should be able to do this, right? Okay, so that's fine, right? And then this should serialize now. Yeah, okay. we're gonna have a bunch of other errors to fix because of not being able to convert error types. Say state change error is not implemented for. So we're gonna have a bunch of these to fix. But that's probably the better way to go. Gotta love all of these changes we have to make in order to RTMP. Okay. I would still have a app error and a warp error. Right, so there's a mixer error, which are things we're kind of encapsulating that happen internally, like here. Do I have to do a map error on each of these, or is there an easier way to convert? Like, can I implement from? I'm just trying to think what's the easiest way to do this. I mean, I guess I could just do... Wait, what's the GStreamer? Okay. Yeah, so I would just basically do this. A mixer. All right, hold on. Use crate error. All right. Just be clear, mixer error. Okay. So here we could do a mixer error GStreamer, and then we could say failed to set location property on RTMP sync, right? And I don't think it gives us very much detail anyway about why. Oh, right, because we need a toString on this, right? So the question mark doesn't work, though, because it can't convert. Wait. Yeah, see all of these, right? Like on, we'll just pick one, line 203. So all of these can't convert. Right. Use crate error as mixer error. Right. Or is that under? No, it's crate mixer. Mixer error. There we go. I mean, it's probably going to be easier if I would undo these changes still, make a second error. Okay, hold on. What all did we change? All right, so let's check out that source output. Okay. I don't know what we did to error. So that's not serializable, right? So Git checkout. Okay. So this is where we want all the code to exist. Okay, so that one we want to leave alone. And same thing here. Okay, so that should be everything. Okay, so let's close all these out. So here's our issue, right? So this error type is not serializable, right? Although, I mean, arguably though, so this is the HTTP error. Wait. Yeah, this is the HTTP error. Well, I guess we don't need that one, right? So really, we would have this, right? And then we're always going to be getting back a mixer error, right? So I think I get what you're saying here. So we would take a mixer error here, and then we would convert mixer error to HTTP error, right? I think that's where you were going with this. Wait, what is this? What is... Okay. So there is going to need to be some refactoring though, because in this case, right, so on mod 154 as an example here, this returns back a mixer error, which is okay, right? But we're trying to convert it into an HTTP error. So maybe that's not what we should be doing. Maybe we should be doing this. And this would be mixer error not found. Let's see, technically only need to do the conversions and recover. That's where the Serde constraints come into play, so you can still wrap a mixer error in that bad request. Yeah, I'm about to call it a day here, Began, too. I had some help with I had some help with an area that I've been struggling with, so here I am. Okay, let's see. So, hold on. I think I'm confusing myself here. Okay, so I have a mixer request type, and that's what's handed back by everything that is not one of these methods. One of this is on the server, so I think this should hand back an HTTP message, which wraps a mixer error. So okay, right, yeah. So bad request is not serialized. Why is it not serialized? Because it ultimately gets turned. It ultimately gets converted to it, doesn't it? Hold on. Okay, so what am I missing here? Oh, because we deleted mixer here. All right, hold on. Okay. So this is... Oh, wait a second. Okay. So this is because it's not implemented for here. So that's our only case where it's an issue, right? So line 59. This is our only issue, is that that type is not serializable. I think that's... Is that what you're saying, Musin? So basically do an error dot match here, right? Error dot match, or not match, a match on error. We could check all of the arms of it and then decide what to return back. And so the only case... Okay. So we could just have like an error response type, right? Well, I guess bad request is that, right? Because, I mean, what do we need bad request for? So bad request right now is only used to reject. Okay, so really it's here, right? Okay, so recover is what the is in the handler chain. And that's what's going to take our rejection and serialize it into something. So that's the only point where any of this matters. So, right, like, so if I just did this as an example, right? To do convert errors here, right? Okay, so then that just leaves with some unused imports and all of these things not matching. Okay, so let me fix those first because that's the big thing. As far as like implementing a match here, that's easy enough to do. So the couple things we still need to do are I need to figure out how to convert this stuff to the proper responses. Don't burn the barbecue. Okay, so I guess let's do this really quick inside of our filters, right? So that's what you have, right? And then we would just do this. Okay. Use super. All right, yeah. So same thing here. This should be input, output, mixer, recover, right? Okay. What is all that? Okay. So now wait, what is this recover? Oh, recover is their method, and we're passing it our method. Gotcha. Okay, so we should be able to just implement this for each of our handlers, or our filters rather. Okay. Okay, so now I just have to figure out these mismatched return types, and then I'll have to implement it for the other ones, but I'll fix it in one, and then I will probably call it a day. All right, so HTTP input, let's open this up. Let's just pick one, 169. So our issue here is that we're just trying to return back this, but you changed out your handlers now to have, ooh, where's your okay method? So you have, your own okay method. Okay. So I need to put that inside of... Wait a second. There we go. Okay. There's okay. So then we also want to import okay. Where is it? Oh, I guess we need to do it here, right? We need to import super, use super, okay, and air. Okay. And I guess also JSON result. I'm surprised Clippy doesn't yell at you for that stuff. Okay. Unused import error. Okay. Okay. So here we go. We'll just pick one. Line 157. So really it should be okay. Now, okay. So I'm gonna need to maybe do a couple of these, right? Because if I want a specific status code to be returned for a very specific error, then I'm gonna have to handle that, right? Well, I guess I don't really need all of these, right? Where was the last one I did? So I need to return back error, right? And this would be error super error, right? Not found, right? Yeah, and I mean, I suppose I could always, right, like create. I have the ability here to also supply, like I could do. Wait, because reject doesn't have the ability to do that, right? I mean, I suppose I could copy OK here too, right? And make that a right? And do status, right? And make this a string or something, right? Oh, how do I do that? So here, I guess I could do that, right? Put a status code inside of here. But then how do I get reject to honor it? Like that's the key question here is like how do I make sure warp returns back the right one? I know how to do it when I do okay, right? Because I can do this with status. In the recover. Oh, right. Because we have a with status here. Oh, okay, yeah. So I can just look at the individual HTTP errors and decide what the status code should be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I can fix all of that when I fix this. Because I've got to look at the individual types anyway. So. Okay. Yeah. All right. So then I just need to fix all of this then, right? this isn't saying what isn't found, right? So I'm going to need to modify some of these a little bit, right? Because I'm going to need to store some information on there. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. If I need to, I will. So then what I should be able to do is then here do an okay or, and then do a mixer or are we importing error here? Super error. Okay. So let me just pick one. Line 182. Wait. So here, instead of doing all this, yeah. Get rid of all of that and just do this, right? I was just trying to think if I could do like an okay or here. You can store extra info on bad request. It's just a struct. All you need to do for rejection is wrap your type, implement reject on it. Okay. Well, right now I'm just returning back an actual mixer error, right? Well, I can still do this, right? No, that's okay, or, right? This would also work, right? Error not found. And then I should be able to do this, right? And that should still work, right? Maybe not. Okay, so, okay, or else. And then do error. Ah. Will that work? Could not convert to a warp rejection. Okay, sweet. So that looks like it should work then, which means I can go through just one by one and just sort of right, because really I don't need to do all of this, right? I could just same thing here and say okay. And same thing, right? Okay. Okay, or else wants an E, not an error E. Wait a second. This seemed to work. I think. Okay. So what is this one complaining about? I feel like it's like phantom errors showing up. Okay, so let's just scroll and see what we find. I'm going to have to go through and refactor a bunch of these anyway. Because there's a bunch of cases where... Yeah, I don't even see any errors in here anymore. That'll be an error bad request, basically. You're missing the... Well, it actually failed when I did that. Alright, what's the error here? I guess we'd have the same thing here, right? Yeah, I'm not sure, like, what does it need to be a warp rejection? Okay. Let me back up a little bit here. One thing at a time. Says it adds error for me, right? But this is saying that I don't have... Oh, there we go. Unwrap. Error. There, unwrap or. So you can just do return error in a function that returns. Yeah, so that might be the better way to go, right? Is to just like if mixers dot is none, right? Then we could just do a return error. Not found, right? This we know works, right?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Is that the better way to do that? James J, thanks so much for the follow. Alright. So I mean we could do that too, right? This dude. Match. Okay. And then some, we're going to return, oops, some mixer. We're going to return mixer. Okay. Match arms have incompatible... Oh, return. Okay. Jesus, Microsoft employees just won't let Mixer die. Okay. I guess that works. Yeah, and that's one of the things I really want to do is like start getting rid of all these unwraps. Okay, so here we go. I guess we have a couple more to fix. No OK in HTTP. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Okay, so let's go to 127. What do we got? So here, I guess it's same thing, right? We need to do the same thing here. Match. None. We're going to return error, error, error not found. If we have some input, we are going to return input. And then I guess we can get rid of all of that. And we can get rid of that. Wait, what? Wait, expected struct warp reply. Huh? Oh, did we fix it in a different place? Oh, right. Okay. So same thing. Match. If we have none, we're going to return error. Although we are going to have an issue here though, because we don't know what wasn't found. So I think we are going to have, right, like, was it the mixer that wasn't found? Was it the input that wasn't found? So we are going to have some sort of thing here. So we might have to update this. Right, so then, but we don't need all of that. Okay. Expected enum standard option. Wait, what? On line 149. What do we got going on here? Wait, what is this? Why do we have the option wrapped around it? Vegan, I will follow you wherever you go. Expected enum input found and input. Wait, what? What is this? 149. Expected enum. I mean, we don't really need the type here, right? We know what the type is going to be. Okay. 161. So same thing, we just need OK. And this is going to be and input. And input, right? Okay, so now we need line 22. Filter is not used anymore. Is that what it says? I might be a chicken. You just tell me when and where. I'll sign up. I'm in. Input line 9. Is it the same one that that Prime was just talking about? No OK in HTTP. But there is an OK. Pub. Oh, it's OK. I'm being recruited heavily. Sending all the top scouts. All right, input RS on line 158. Okay. $133. We did it. Oh, we did it. All right. We have some error on line 64 though. Unused variable error. I'm not sure what this error.find is. And what is, wait, unused variable error. I guess I'm not entirely sure what this is doing. Oh, is error used down here? Yeah, error is used down there. Okay, that makes sense. So we'll leave it because it's going to remind me where I need to modify this. Okay, perfect. I guess I just need to like repeat this process for all of the other HTTP handlers, but the code is already getting much more slimmed down. I guess the other thing that I can do too is I can, now that I have this logic, I can clean up a lot of this crap, right? Where I've got like 15 million versions of these JSON replies. So maybe what I'll do this evening or something is go through and start cleaning up all of these, and then I'll repeat it through the other HTTP handlers. Okay, with that, it has been a long day. How long have I been streaming? 7.5 hours? Whew. Yeah, time to eat. Time to eat. Let's raid somebody. Who are we raiding? Let's get shell codes. Mastermind's doing go? Nice. All right. Do y'all want to do go, or do we want to hit up... No, let's do it. We'll raid Mastermind. I don't think I've ever raided Mastermind. All right, off we go, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. Seems like a lot of people hung out all day with me. I've got a bunch of GopherCon related meetings tomorrow, so I probably won't stream tomorrow, but definitely Monday.